DJ, how's it going out there? We sound good? We in 5x5? Last time I did the Scottish Summit session, I was doing it from my home office. And now I'm here in person live. So yes, our topic today is making all your scheduling dreams come true. And today we're going to talk about, obviously, scheduling and just the scheduling engine that's inside of the Dynamics platform and how we can leverage it maybe as Power Apps or, kind of what is kind of the core functions and features. And let me fix this before we even start because it looks like I'm going to be using rehearsed timings and we don't want to do that. We want to turn that off. There we go. So I'd like to thank our sponsor, the people that pay my mortgage, Microsoft, and a couple of our awesome partners. I see we have SA Global here today, but HSO, PwC, Proximo, who without them, none of this would have happened probably. Great folks there, Docs 42, Applied Information Sciences, Thing Clouds, Experian, Incremental. How do you say this first company? How would you say that? Oh, DQ. But the companion?
Oh, Companion.
Companion?
Yeah.
Companion?
They used to be called QBS.
Oh, okay. Nice. ATAC, TISC, Ski, and Squared Up. My role at Microsoft is I'm a chief explainer. So I work on a corporate team. And I've been in the field as a global black belt at Microsoft for 7 years and just recently moved over to this role. Microsoft last year hired 1,000 technical salespeople. So my job this last year has been sitting in my office during the pandemic, training for most of those folks are going through we call it a boot camp. It's an onboarding training. So the service sellers go through 3 weeks of every day. So this was a lot of fun. So I have been sitting behind that computer talking to and looking at people, showing them how to do demos and cloning my skill set as a global black belt for Microsoft. I've been in tech sales for a long time. 1988 is when I sold my first computer. So I've been doing this for a little while. And like I said, so I'm on LinkedIn and I'm on a lot of the social media components. And because we are in Scotland, I would like to start with my favorite part of Scotland. Scotland is the land of warriors and poets. And Robert Burns, my favorite poet of all times, is Scottish. And this is from Ode to a Louse. Ode to a Louse. This is just one of the stanzas. Oh, would some power give us the gift to see ourselves as others see us? You have to have a little bit of a brogue when you say Scottish poetry because it doesn't rhyme in Midwestern English. You have to have a bit of a brogue. It would from many a blunder free us, and foolish notion what airs in dress and gait would leave us. And then the other one, which is all about money. Weigh worth thy power, thou cursed leaf. Fell source, a may woe and grief. For lack o' thee I've lost my lass, for lack o' thee I scrimp my glass. I see the children of affliction unaided through thy crust restrictions. I've seen the oppressor's cruel smile amid the hapless victim's spile, and for thy potence vainly wished to crush the villain in the dist. For lack o' thee I leave this much-loved shore, never perhaps to see great old Scotland more. This is from his lines written on a banknote. So, this was, I imagine, what my forefathers said because our family's from Scotland, and this is what they probably said as they left Scotland for better days, and went to go cut down trees and help build Chicago. Basically, is what it came down to. So, anyways. So we're going to give you we're going to really talk about the scheduling engine. And where field service fits in this is that the core scheduling engine that is in Dynamics and in the Dataverse is from the field service application. So it's kind of an analog for how you can extend scheduling, how you can schedule anything. It's kind of the best example of all the little components that are inside of there. And so we'll talk about the scheduling and kind of why scheduling is like super important. So these are some of the observations that we get from different analysts and customers and things on that order that kind of help drive us. I'll just talk about a couple of things at the beginning here. That obviously remote work is a big deal, right? So the pandemic became like an acid test for companies who are centered and organizations that are centered around scheduling, because scheduling becomes now such a key part of coordinating everybody. And in the service business, especially the field service business, most of the service work is done in a customer's facility or someplace other than, where I start my day. And so the staff are working at home. So the ability actually just to schedule somebody starting at their home, going to a customer, maybe stopping back at the shop to have a training meeting, picking up supplies, going back to facilities and traveling around a bit it's really much more complex than it's ever been. A couple other things in the service industry that are super important, really two facts. One of them, companies reported increasing service revenues. The companies that are, or service revenues increased during this period of time. 95% of them stated that they already had a service strategy in place. So they've already defined that within their companies, and of all of those companies, they stated that service was recognized as a growth engine actually in their organization, which is really interesting. Most companies, if you think of manufacturing, for example, and that's the next quote there, or the next little fun fact that we found out, that 50% of equipment manufacturers are really, this is why this is happening, they're slouching to offer outcomes-based services. So, and why is that important? That used to be about 15%, and it's going to 50%. So this is a giant change, This is seismic change. Companies are trying to get away from just selling a product through maybe a distribution and focusing on making money on the product. They're trying to make money on the experience of the product or selling the product as a service. So you don't actually own the product, you own the usage of a product. So what that means is, in order to do that, now I'm responsible to schedule all the maintenance, to manage all the services around that, and guarantee some sort of SLA or uptime on the product. So this is why scheduling all of this becomes important. It also is a big deal in companies that provide services. So one of our projects we did this last year was with G&J Pepsi. G&J Pepsi is a large Pepsi distributor. So they're going out into the shops and stocking and working through all of the challenges of making sure there's enough Pepsi and Mountain Dew products in your hotel room and all of this stuff. And for them, they are using a combination of Power Automate, Power Apps, and Dynamics Field Services as scheduling, the core scheduling engine within the system. And I found this quote out of them to be very interesting, the biggest opportunity they have to generate additional revenue. So we all know in different businesses what's happening is productivity, there's a big push around productivity because it's hard to hire qualified people to go out and do this kind of work even. So stocking shelves in the store is hard to man people. So the only way that you can generate additional revenue in those organizations isn't by hiring more people. You have to take your existing staff and keep them out of driving around, get them out of meetings, stop sending them really crazy, here's a spreadsheet, go do all this work, report back to me. You're like, I need to take those tasks, I need to structure them, I need to put them in a system that is integrated with their schedule. And so scheduling becomes kind of the linchpin for productivity with that setup. So when we look at solutioning inside of this, this is where we want to focus solutions. Obviously, in the CRM or customer experience space, customer experience is really important, right? Having a great customer experience, delivering on the brand promise, etc. But in our solutions that we build, we want to make sure that we're really focused on optimizing the operational side of the organization and the workers' productivity. There's a lot of interesting studies that are done around the conversion or ROI of productivity. So if I go to a company and an organization, take mid-level managers in a company and I say, hey, we're going to put in dashboarding so you don't have to send emails around and stuff like that, and we're going to give you back 45 minutes a day. It's hard to convert 45 minutes of executive time or a salaried person to revenue. But here's the interesting observation. Once I go down the organization in pay and I put that frontline worker and I give them 45 more minutes, they will do 45 more minutes of billable time or work. That's their world. So if I can take administrative functions and scheduling and coordination off of their plate and automate parts of that, I get a lot of productivity. So it's a lower ROI for a per person in terms of their wage, but I'm spreading it across. I look at a company like Walmart, literally 1 million employees, so if you think about the 1 million people that work at a Walmart around the world, if I can give them 10 extra minutes a day by improving the packaging or something like that of the way a store works, or reduce their email so they're not getting them in email, those convert to productivity in the store operations. So that's why scheduling becomes such a critical part of these things. I'm going to snip through these really quick. So these will be in the deck and stuff like that. Of course, some of the bullet points around some productivities, but the last one is a lot of times in the service business, sometimes it's not just about an Uber driver showing up and not having to work through a dispatcher and giving costs down and helping schedule the person. Sometimes it's also about the asset itself that's being serviced or the work that's actually being done. And so there's a big movement for us with lots of our customers to pay attention to scheduling signals that come off devices. So IoT, we call that IoT connected services, where a device that would be in this room, let's say the air handling unit, we're listening to the IoT signals and then we're predicting, hey, we need to go and fix this machine before it breaks. Because if it breaks, it's going to take longer to repair. Also, I can also reduce things like inspection and maintenance work if I can pay attention to the usage of something. So just like our car, we don't change the oil in our car every year. We change it based on how many miles we drive. It's usage-based maintenance. And so a lot of if I don't have the right systems, I'm not able to pay attention to the usage of something. I just know, okay, every 6 months, like in a building like this, a heating and cooling employee has to show up and inspect all the dampers in the building. That's an annual inspection. Well, this building is not occupied part of the year, and I can imagine during the pandemic it was very low occupancy, yet the contract compelled me by law that I had signed with this university. I had to send a guy out here to inspect every damper, even though they weren't being used. And so if we can pay attention to the usage of something, we can go, oh, we should send somebody out. So there's a big move for us around scheduling that not only takes signals from people, but I also want to take signals from things. So the heart of the scheduling system in Dynamics and in Power Apps, or in the Dataverse, we have kind of a broad audience for this conference. So this is the schedule board experience that's inside Dataverse. I'll just use Dataverse for today. So if you have a scheduling system, and I'll talk about how you get this inside, what entitlements are there that get you this. This is the scheduling board. As you can see, it's graphical. It shows me where all the appointments are and the people. In there, I can sort all of those people and filter them out by their skill sets or the territory that they're in. We're paying attention to to all of these factors, and it allows folks that make scheduling decisions to manage and organize the resources that they have. This is one of the most complicated parts of Dataverse, actually, from a Microsoft viewpoint. How many here have opened up Visual Studio in the last, let's say, 2 months? Okay, so this is programming stuff. This is great because this is fetching. You're going out and pre-fetching. So imagine if I'm a company, one of our big customers like Hewlett-Packard, has 50,000 technicians globally that use this system. I'm a dispatcher here let's say I'm up in Edinburgh. I've got my little team of 10 people. When I go to the schedule board, I don't want it fetching 50,000 people's stuff. So I have to be able to pre-filter. When I load this screen up, it's got to know what resources. It's really amazing. So we've spent a lot of time on this, a lot of resources on this. It's gone through 2 major revisions. The current one now is default in the thing, and we're out there seeing a lot of uptick in usage of this. We'll talk a little bit more about this here in a second in just terms of what we're looking at. In terms of scheduling, the other part is that the mobile actually plays a big part in the scheduling performance. So from the field service viewpoint, again, as kind of like the biggest investment, and like here's the North Star if you're building a scheduling system, the mobile is important for this. What we found is that mobile not only gives that person doing the work in the field all the stuff they need to do on their mobile device, because they're out in the field, they don't usually use a laptop or something like that. And our telemetry shows, and again, that we're a little skewed towards the field service business, but about 30% of the users of the field service application do not use a computer, so to speak. They always use a mobile device. So they literally are running their day on their mobile device, which is kind of a mind shift for a lot of our internal developers. They, sit behind a computer all day. They're not out in the field, and so that mobile experience is always something that has to be worked on and improved. So we're giving telemetry off devices, as they're showing. So I've got the real-time IoT and the historical IoT data for whatever I'm fixing, so I can make my decisions. The folks out there doing the work are super smart. They just need to be armed with the right information. And then it's also advertising back to the application the location telemetry data. So it's saying, this is where I'm at. It's advertising back to Dynamics and to the Dataverse the real-time location of the technician or of that mobile device. So now I can use geofencing. I can build Power Automate to notify the customer when I'm showing up. He's on his way. Here's his picture. He's this far away. So in something like our Power Apps self-scheduling portal, which is part of this solution, is another great example. There's a whole Power Apps workflow on the back end that uses either the Twilio connection or just our native Outlook connection to send notification to the customer, just like Uber. Here, Mr. Customer, Pierre's on the way. Here's where his real-time location is. This is his picture. Here's the phone number if you want to get a hold of him. So again, this comes from knowing that we've got more people delivering stuff, doing service in the home than ever, right? People don't want to drive to the store anymore. So this is really interesting that the mobile actually plays an important part in terms of scheduling efficiency. The one thing I would say too in this area around notification and looping back information of the customer, one of the things that we found, and I learned this from, again, I'm from Michigan, which is the home of the world's worst pizza. I will not say that because this is being recorded. The home of the best pizza companies in the world. Both Domino's and Little Caesars is located in Michigan. They're both Microsoft customers, and we've been out there and talking to the service tracking folks, and they want to, they'll tell you if I'm getting pizza delivered to my house, they have a "Where's my pizza" app, right? You keep track of your pizza, and they get high degrees of customer satisfaction, and it's kind of like a brand experience and all of that. It's really exciting. But the real benefit isn't for the customer. The real benefit's for the company delivering the service. In any time we're out doing service in the field, from a scheduling standpoint, I want to do the work right the first time. In the hardware fixing business, they call it the first time fix rate. Because what I want to keep track of is customers canceling. Customers don't show up. I'm now standing outside of the door. I've got my pizza in hand and nobody's answering the door. Now what do? Do I wait? The guy's upstairs in the backyard mowing, or the kids are in the bath or something like that. And so their feedback is always that the customers love this because, hey, you just gave me an extra 5 minutes because now I can see, okay, I can go do this thing and I'll meet you at the door, right? And so it's kind of the same thing with mobile. It has a benefit to the customer, but it has a bigger benefit to me, that I don't have to send another technician out, or the customer's ready for my visit when I arrive. And that gives me back a certain percentage of my organization. So you're keeping track of this customer canceled rate or first time fix rate as a KPI that you want to have inside of an app. So here's the core entity diagram for any sort of scheduling system inside a Dataverse. The first component is resources. Who are the people or the trucks that are going to do the work? What are those? What do they do? What are their working hours? What are the characteristics of those folks? In terms of, when we talk about characteristics, we're talking about their skill set, their ratings, they're certified, they're licensed, they passed the safety course this year, that kind of stuff. We're putting all of the characteristics or skills of people. And also that metadata back. My mobile is poking back into the system. Here's their location. Where were they yesterday? There's all sorts of usage around, again, that geodata for whether that's safety or incident like reconstruction. There was an accident yesterday. Where was that person at when this event occurred? We have auditing. A lot of companies this is a big important piece of that component too. So this is core to the Dynamics platform and to the Dataverse platform. Resources. So when we look at customer service, that resource list of who's the right call center agent, what are their skills, there's features called swarming. Hey, I need all the electrical engineers. And it spins up a quick team site and invites all the engineers to a team site for a case. It uses this skill set. So if you've been in the dynamic CRM space, we've had a service scheduling engine that had resources before. We've deprecated that, and this is now the core component. Resources can be users. They also could be contractors. They can be crews. There can be a lot of different things within the system. Within the resources are called bookable resources in the entity model. And they have bookings. So there's I love this entity. It's called a bookable resource booking is what they call this as an entity. And that is effectively the old appointment entity. And that's what shows up on the schedule is called a booking. And the booking is this kind of join between the resource and the work that needs to be done. Now, the out-of-the-box entity that we have in Dynamics for that is the work order. But I'm going to show you in a minute. You can do any entity inside of the system. So you can build a custom entity, you can do cases, leads, whatever you want to do. You can make them all schedulable entities. Underneath whatever entity that you choose, work orders in this case, there is another little entity called the resource requirement. And the resource requirement contains what is the skill that I need? What is the time? Do I need somebody to show up at a location? So there's a GPS latitude and longitude field in there that it inherits from some record inside of the system. Of course, being Microsoft, we've got to throw everything else in there. So the work order contains a lot other things other than just the schedule, like, what's the invoice and what's the billable time on this and what assets and photos and all of that. So it's a pretty sophisticated component within that. It has a bunch of workflows and plugins and whatnot that kind of populate all of this and manage the kind of life cycle of that work order within the system. But really at the core, what we're really talking about, we've got resource, bookings, and an entity within the system. Those, when we look at the schedule board, that's what we're looking at on the schedule board. The resources are on one side. I can filter those out. I can build views within the system. There's tabs along the top. When we look at the tabs up here, these tabs are able to, up in this area here, the tabs are effectively pre-filtering out the list of resources, so I can find my Edinburgh electricians and see only 10 and not 50,000 people. So that's that kind of pre-caching that's happening in the background. There's filtered views down here. These all are related to a view in the system that goes, and these are those resource requirements. Remember we were talking about resource requirements? That's the ones that are not scheduled yet. So I can, and then over the bookings or those appointments sit in the middle. The system is calculating some sort of drive time because those bookings have or can have, if you make them you can make them location agnostic. So we've got definitely some folks that do that where they schedule into the shop. So I'm getting work that comes in, service orders, let's call it, or case queues or something like that. So I can schedule when customers come in to my shop, or if I go outbound, it will calculate travel distance and time and estimate that travel time for us. And one of the things we haven't figured out how to do yet is this resource here, this space right here. It also, in the scheduling engine, calculates the travel home too. So the start location and the end location of the resource is put into the system, and when they start and end their day. So we don't have a graphic we have this line to driving to, but that last one has a driving home kind of thing. So when you look at schedule board, you always see that component. And then obviously on the right-hand side, we're seeing that real-time location of the folks. So the little pictures show up of where they're at in real time. And I can drill in and see more information. These are all their routes. These are all the other resource requirements that are nearby. So if Brady calls in and says, hey, I'm canceling this thing today, I can kind of drill in geographically and find other bookings that could be available for him to do, and I can just manually book them. There's 3 different scheduling methodologies inside of the system. One is manually scheduling. I can just go down to the bottom, just drag one of those resource requirements right onto the schedule. That's one method. I can use a scheduling assistant, which is a wizard-based system. It takes that resource requirement, passes it through the wizard, basically, and filters out, who's the right resource, territory-wise, distance, all of that, and then filters that list down of here's my 15, Edinburgh electricians down to give me the 2 that have time available today that are within, an equitable driving distance. So it lets you make we call this white space scheduling. I'm looking at the schedule and I'm just making an intelligent decision personally. I'm scheduling into the white space. It doesn't take into account, well, what if I move this over to here and move this guy and then I could, save 4 miles. A lot of companies aren't really able to do that when you do this assisted scheduling. You're not looking at the what-if scenarios. So that is where our RSO, or Resource Scheduling Optimization engine, comes into play. That's the scheduling automation. It's an engine that takes all those resources and all those requirements and builds a schedule. It's an Azure-based service. It takes all that input, applies additional rules that you'd have to say, I only want to do high priority work orders, or I want to maximize the working hours or minimize the travel time. You have all these different kind of rules that you can put in there into that engine. And it uses, basically a bunch of brute force compute and AI components to come up with an optimized schedule. So it does all of that on the back end, and it's usually scheduled. And so when you look at an organization, this is one that this is in Melbourne, a utility company that I worked on when I was a GBB. This is the schedule that it would come up with. So what it's doing, a lot of organizations that do maintenance, where maintenance is like 80, 90% of their work, you know ahead of time all the maintenance I need to do in this building. I know this months ahead of time. And so you kind of put them in the pile of resource requirements, and then RSO basically goes finds, says, okay, we could move all 14 of those work orders and give them to Steve today. So Steve's just going to drive from his home to the first job site, and I've got enough work for him to stay on that job site all day. That's like what a dispatcher's dream would be, to be able to look at the thousands, and a lot of these organizations, it is thousands of work orders that they're working on. You know, they're working on, one of the customers we have, you'll see them in our stuff, Evaqua, they're a manufacturer, they get it's 50,000 work orders a month that they're handling. You know, got a couple hundred technicians around North America that go out, and so the old Siemens Water Company, and so they make devices that purify and manage water. And so there's a lot of maintenance going out and inspecting stuff, not really sometimes fixing anything. It's just, does it work today? Sure it does. You know, just everything looks great. So having that big stuff come out. So it's a big engine in the background that works, and it comes out with. So this is, let me just click through this. We don't need to see the build. Isn't that exciting, all the things? Look how good I am at PowerPoint. It handles also predictive travel. So that's the other part that the RSO engine will do. You can turn on predictive travel. And so it's one thing to take, okay, this guy's going to start at home. You know, is he on one side of the town? I'm going to pick the work orders that have the least amount of travel time. Might not be distance, and time sometimes can be very different depending on where we're at. If we're you know, driving to the airport at 5 in the afternoon, it's going to be different than 2 o'clock in the morning. So it has predictive travel in there. These are some of the AI components that are within the system. So predictive travel, we have that, I mentioned that resource optimization. There's a whole IoT connected field service component within Microsoft, a framework that we have that takes either IoT Central or IoT Hub and will connect those assets into the Dynamics platform. You don't have to use field service for this. It creates an asset and what we call an alert off of this. So it pulls off from the Logic app. There's a Logic app inside of there, or you could use Power Automate with IoT Central IoT Central to just create alerts inside of the system. And then those, you know, then can create a case or update your, you know, custom entity within the system. That uses anomaly detection within that system. One of the challenges, if you've ever done anything with IoT devices, is they're super chatty. They're really chatty. They're every 6 seconds is the default, and that thing is basically saying, here is my current state. I am in error every 6 seconds. So I can't just go error, create alert in the system. You know, it might be a day before I get out there or something. So it has to, so anomaly detection. The other part is, what is an anomaly? So this is a cognitive service in Azure that's being used to look at the baseline signal that something happens and go, oh, that's out of the baseline. So it kind of keeps a last, 50,000, signals that I got. This one is way over or way under that signal. And we're going to see more of this coming, because one of the challenges in that space as technologists is, if you're the manufacturer, it's great. I can know, well, here's the operating range of these different devices. It's hard for us, though, to not being an expert on dampers, to understand what's anomalous in that data stream. And so that's some magic that happens. So you'll see more with us around predictive maintenance in terms of the APIs that you can kind of turn on. So the same way you think about, we've been doing this for years now, like with visual. So you take that kind of pool of pictures and say, here's all the pictures of this person, and then is this picture the same person or is it a different person? The yes, no, like, have you probably seen these, like, here's the pictures of all the blueberry muffins, and then here's a little puppy that's brown and has two big, blue eyes. And so is this a blueberry or is it a puppy? Blueberry muffin or a puppy? So that cognitive service has been around in visual stuff for a long time. This is kind of the data version of that, basically looking at signals, comparing it to baselines, and then going, this is not fit in, one of these things is not like the other. We're seeing this too from manufacturers. We've had some really big partnerships that we've done where we do have manufacturers. Honeywell is one of them. They make a lot of building control services to do that. And Johnson Controls, same thing. They have connectors right into Dynamics in order to do that. So those are some of the AI that comes off devices that you might want to consider adding or making part of your solutions. The other part, what we're looking at here, is another component of scheduling, which is AI that relates to predicting based on unknown factors of why something takes longer to fix or longer to service than other things. So I believe my appointment and schedule is going to take an hour because it always takes an hour to do that work, that site visit for an inspection or a survey that I have to fill out, or somebody's, we have insurance companies that just go out and schedule signatures. They need to capture a physical signature for pensioners we have our, every year you have to sign up for health care every year when you retire. So the retirees, the insurance company has to literally come to your home if you didn't fill the form out, and send it in. They'll sometimes do a home visit for that kind of stuff. Those home visits should only take 20 minutes. So what we can do, though, is learn based on closed bookings that here's a list of bookings that you have today that are probably not going to be completed on the time that you've estimated that. And it gives you all of the factors of why that would occur. Maybe the customer location is something that every time we visit that system, that customer, it's always longer, regardless of who shows up, or the resource that's doing this work, or the type of work that's being done. And so it's saying in here to a dispatcher, out of those 50,000 work orders, 99% of them are just fine. They're going to be all good. We've got our numbers down. We've got smart people, and we've got our estimates correct. So I want to manage, though, that exception list, that here's the 10% of those work orders today. So out of my couple hundred, here's the 10 that are going to be my trouble kids today. These are the ones that, for whatever reason, I'm going to have to accommodate that technician by making sure that that next work order that they have, maybe we move it to another person, or this one's going to take longer. What we find out is that what happens in these are things like you arrive on a job site and the piece of equipment might be in a locked room. And so regardless of who, I need a person to escort me to a piece of equipment. And there's no way to really put that in and say, oh, for this customer, add another 2 minutes, to the work. So, Pierre's really bad at doing this work. Every time we send him out, it takes him twice as long as Jim. Jim is great at doing the work, and he takes less time to do it. So this uses machine learning to do that. It takes about 3 weeks worth of data before it will actually generate the schedule. If you're in the demo business of trying to demo, this is really impossible to demo because we don't have enough demo data in this, so it's really crazy. So I have to, every time I want to demo this, I have to ask the developers to go log into my system and give me your demo data set, because it needs closed data, within the system. So you can't just import it, you need to close the data. So scheduled and unscheduled, so it's like you're over and under. Which ones are underperforming and which ones are going to overperform.
Can I ask that?
Mm-hmm.
If you could go back, can you then click to say increase the duration?
Yes. Yep. So I can click right into that requirement and then change the time, right? So it's giving me the link to take action on that. So I can open the work order up and I can go to, okay, what's that person's schedule look like today? I'm going to need to, I have a quick response group, like a floater, so I'm in Edinburgh. It might be me. I might be the senior tech, and I dispatch and manage the team. And so I might be we're in trouble. I'm going to go out in the field, and I'm going to go either help him, or I'm going to take care of the work order that's right after him, or I'm calling that next customer and saying, hey, we're going to be a little late. Is that okay? Or whatever. You're making those kind of intelligent decisions. So this is that balance when we get into scheduling, is that it's never like Cortana is smarter than you. It's never that the system is smarter than the people. The scheduling part is a giant math problem. And what we have are really smart engineers and people that know how to do the work. Managing the complexities of that math problem of which is the most optimal thing to stick in there and historically go back, like that's kept in the mind of people. And so to have, kind of an assisted system that kind of helps say, these are the problem children today, and enabling those folks to make the right decisions and helping them and keeping them focused on their product or the service that they're doing. That's the name of the game for us. And we always work to honor those guys and gals because they're the hardest people to find typically, right? They're the whether that's home inspectors or people that visit, health and human services kind of folks, physical therapists. We have all sorts of folks that are doing this work out, and they're the heroes of the story. They're the folks that have the passion for that service that they're delivering or whatever they're doing out in the field. And so these systems can't ever be pushed as, oh, hey, we're going to reduce the number of people that you need. It's more about, everybody's trying to grow their business with the same amount of resources that they have. So it's that. So where does universal resource scheduling fit into that? So inside of the Dynamics application, inside of Dataverse, you're able to make any entity schedulable. So I can make any entity behave like that work order that we have. You can enable that for any entity if a company has sales, field service, customer service, or project service automation. And that includes any custom entities that you create. So a common one would be, let's just use leads, for example. That's a pretty easy one to think. Let's say if I'm an insurance company, I get a lead for homeowners insurance, and I need to go follow up with that lead to go do a home inspection, to then give them a proposal. So I have this just very simple entity that is a location. Go to this house and perform a home inspection, kind of a thing. Very simple entity, models, super simple. I don't need tasks. I don't need a bunch of other stuff. I might have to have some photos or something like that, but that's about it. So those would be the requirements. You're going to have people that are in the work doing the scheduling. I'm going to have dispatchers and coordinators and managers, and I want to see a unified schedule across the field that does that. So it came with field service. It replaced, as I mentioned, that legacy scheduling engine. I was in consulting. I started in CRM 1, so I worked with that scheduling engine for years, and I'm so glad we replaced it because that old one was really great for about 25 resources, not for 50,000 resources or any measure of any complexity. So it's a lot more efficient now. So anyways,
Can I just
sure.
on the previous slide? So if a customer buys sales only, they don't get URS?
Now I'm going to have to look now because I had this on the previous slide, didn't I? I had that on the previous slide. So yeah, and I pulled these right off our doc site too. So I believe if you have sales, you have universal resource scheduling. I'm pretty sure.
And if you don't have any Dynamic 365 apps that have Dataverse,
Yep.
with the Dataverse environment with the
Yep.
Dataverse database, you don't get URS.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
You've got to have an app.
Yep. I have another slide. I'll talk about that here in a sec because that's actually part of the vision that I wanted to kind of show you about how you could do something like this and not have a big Dynamics footprint, but have just a small Dynamics
And is
footprint.
the old scheduling thing actually removed now?
It's deprecated is the terminology we use. It's not removed because it's been around for a long time, and so customers are still using that for their purposes, so we can't just delete it. So but it's no longer a supported, we're not putting more stuff in there, and by default it's kind of turned off. So if you have challenges with that old legacy version of it, it's so there's still a couple pieces in there. I saw some of the branch, the business holidays, and some of the things are still in there that they still use part of those entity models. But so this is the how to turn it on or off. You just go to if you have this, one of the apps will be called resource scheduling. It's just an app in there. You just open up resource scheduling, and there's an administrative part, and I can enable schedule for entities. There's a little setup wizard that basically creates a relationship between that booking and the resource requirement and the entity that I'm targeting. And there's a couple little things that come along for the ride. One of them is what we refer to as a booking status, right? So is it scheduled? So I'm blocking it in because you want to have kind of behaviors sometimes of like pre-booking and do I lock it in or not lock it in and that kind of stuff. So you need to have something what's called statuses, the booking status. And there's an entity already and a bunch of out-of-the-box booking statuses that are in the system that you can use. And that can drive kind of behaviors for the system. And then date, territory, etc. So then from there, you just book stuff. There is a scheduling API that's underneath that too, and that you can call, and it actually takes into account, you turn on the Outlook stuff. It will also include resource availability in the API. So, but this is the idea, the Power Apps idea, that I can have, you have kind of these folks that do manage the schedule, and those would be my fully licensed, field service users. But Power Apps users do have create, update, and delete rights on work orders and cases out of the box. This is kind of not widely reported. It's in the license guide. So if you ever get called on this, it's in that Power Apps license guide, not in the Dynamics license guide. The case and work order are called restricted entities in the system, but we've opened them up for Power Apps. So this was a tough one. We fought for this out in the field because we do have these kinds of scenarios where I've got maybe contractors or customers or external users that I need to create or delete a case inside of the system. So if I'm an employee here of the university and my chair is broken, I need to create a work order for the chair, right? It's very simple. So I can make an employee Power App, and that allows that person to create a work order in the system. Then I've got scheduling, and I have this whole other work area where I do need to have that full functionality of, going on the schedule board and doing all that. I'm going to just update that thing back from the main system back into kind of the Power App user interface around the work order or case or custom entity that you've created. So this is a big area for us where there's opportunity in this to kind of do this. So I get all of that API in one schedule for everybody, all of the RSO, I can do all of this, but I also get all the cool Power Apps components together at the same time. We're going to have external users, customer-facing apps, the customer and field service components from Microsoft, our first-party apps, contain all of these. They already has scheduling portals, customer self-scheduling, customers can create cases. We've had this stuff for years. So kind of the same idea, kind of get the best of both worlds. You can also turn on that kind of scheduling for Exchange. So if customers using a certain version of Exchange, they connect right back into the Dataverse as an entity in the Dataverse called appointments, and appointments show up on the schedule board. So, as I was saying earlier in the API, when you call into that system to say what's a resource that's available to do this, it includes the appointments from Exchange and Outlook. So if somebody's in training and doesn't have a booking on their schedule, it will fill in the blank for a doctor visit or something like that they pulled in the system. So they show up. So, and as I mentioned, RSO kind of takes the whole thing to another level and automates all of that, but your custom entities can be done. So we do definitely have a bunch of customers that are doing that, where they have their contractors externally, they've got a Power App out there, they want to build this beautiful canvas, very curated, beautiful thing. Scheduling is one part of that experience. They might have a whole bunch of other things that they need, like here's legal contracts, and here's how you order stuff from us, and here's terms, there's just maybe a contractor, or like I was saying, an employee of this facility would have something like that. As a Microsoft employee, we have that. So I have a facilities management application that if my light's broken, I can, and it creates a work order in the system, and I can see the status of that, and I can also make a time off request, and like all these unrelated things to scheduling, I can do the same thing within a Power App. So RSO just automates the back end of that. So, all right. Well, that comes to the end of this. I don't have a poem to tell you at the end, but if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to stay after. And any questions, you guys? Because we actually have 3 minutes, I think, don't we? What is the time? To 7? Yes. So.
You mentioned that Outlook appointments feeding in schedule board. We have lots of customers ask us the other way around, which was deprecated a while ago.
Yes. I would, we plan to see maybe something like that next year on that. So yeah, there's definitely, it's on the drawing board. Project scenario in the field service. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. The challenge is the scalability of that and managing it because it pokes into another platform's application. And so there's, right. It's one thing to put it over there, it's another thing to synchronize them between the two, and that's kind of the challenging part of the scenario. There's IDs and stuff like that. There's a couple different blogs that are out there in the community that kind of show, yes, it's like a very complex, and so that's part of what's being considered and how to curate something like that for the community. Question? Yeah, that was a bit of a mess up for us, wasn't it? Didn't we? We kind of, as they say, coughed that up a bit, didn't we? Yeah, that definitely admit totally here, because I was part of that grand conspiracy to try to get RSO included in the field service component, and that was being worked on internally, and it met through a whole bunch of gates, and we were ready to go. I think it was a year ago, and then literally the day of that spring release, it got all pulled back. So this is why product engineering doesn't like talking to salespeople, until after products are released. So that was what happened there, and I think you'll see something maybe from us on this again, conversation in the spring release. So next spring, I don't know, we'll have a more definitive whether that will be part of it or it's unclear exactly what's going to happen, but it's being reconsidered. So.
In the back end of RSO, it was a whole bunch of Azure services.
Correct. Yeah.
And a plan to make that more SaaS-based and able to fire that easily.
It actually is an on-demand service. It uses Azure Compute, Elastic Compute Power. It's really interesting. One of the questions we always get is, hey, I want to model a job. How long does this take for that thing to run? And it's very hard to do a definitive answer to that, because as the compute load on that virtual machine system or that virtual set of services, as it happens, it spins up more compute power for it. So the more complicated the job is, the more compute power it gets thrown at it. So it's the system, the fabric of it is an elastic compute system, but it is a black box, so it's pretty opaque. You kind of push the button, a bunch of stuff happens, and back comes results. That stuff that happens over there, there's no way to, I want to tweak that, I want tweaky bits in that, and a lot of folks are looking for that kind of set of components. So.
Yeah, the other scenario I've come across is working in the break-fix industry.
Mm-hmm.
Where you've got a whole number of engineers that have got a window during the day, so like afternoon looking, you want to squeeze an emergency breakdown in.
Mm-hmm.
How can I do that with something like RSO? So I'm still getting the optimization,
Mm-hmm.
but I want to schedule it for all those resources while someone's on the phone. Do I have to wait for RSO to do a run, or is there any?
So in the current version, in the current schedule board, you can run RSO on one resource. There's a single resource optimization, so I can double book somebody, basically take something off their schedule and then push the RSO, and then it will re-optimize that person's schedule. And we also have customers that are doing RSO super frequently, like 20 minutes, every 20 minutes, and scoping that down to only the next half a day's worth of work. So you kind of double book onto the schedule, and then I can take my Edinburgh, resources and just rerun that manually, and then, like you said, you have to wait for it to do it. So it's not ideal. These are some of the features requests that sitting in the backlog. That ends up, for folks that aren't familiar with the RSO, it's kind of like the Dilbert. There's a famous Dilbert comic where his engineer says, I've invented a time machine. And it's awesome. You get in the box, the time, and you go ahead in time 1 hour. And so you get in the box, but the machine takes so long to run and to do all the compute and calculation, it takes an hour to compute the time. So that's kind of one of those great, so that's the kind of scenario, I'm trying to optimize something every 20 minutes, but it takes 10 minutes for the engine to run. So So part of that is a challenge for us, definitely, definitely. There is a partner, and I'll pack up. We have a partner, a UK-based partner, Fast, Smart, and Lean, and they have a real-time scheduling engine, and that's one of the things that they do. They do a real-time, like you can just basically put it in the queue, and it will reorganize everybody's schedule. A lot of organizations are challenged with that kind of approach, primarily because they want their resources locked in and their customers locked in. So that, there's implications for that for many of our customers. But, all right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye, YouTube.
Meetings in the COVID era and beyond. Jeff, Wouters, my colleague, myself, Rex de Koning. Not that one. First of all, of course, a big thank to our sponsors. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here. So, of course, Microsoft and the rest of the Platinum sponsors and the Gold sponsors. So, just a little about me. Rex de Koning, lead engineer at a company called Mythos. I've been in IT for 25 years. Started as a developer, did some system maintenance, network administration, got into automation, PowerShell, Azure. Became an MCT, and now I'm standing here. And then with my colleague, Jeff.
So, my name is Jeff Wouters. I'm the founder of the company, Mythos. So, technically, I'm his boss. I'm a 9 years MVP, I'm an MCT. And I do a lot of PowerShell, Azure DevOps, infrastructure as code, stuff like that. Oh, yeah. And a small detail, I'm 1/16 Scottish. That's why the red beard is...
All right, so COVID, as we all know, it started in 2019. Some of you might have been here in February 2020 with the Scottish Summit. We were, and right after we got back, basically everything went in lockdown, and we needed to change our interactions with colleagues, with customers, with everybody, because you were in your office at home and you didn't see people anymore. And we need to see how we're going to do that, how we're going to cope with it. And within our company, we came up with a couple of solutions to handle that. It might be different in your company, but we'll see.
Yeah, one of our particular problems was that we had an employee that joined our company, and he used to work for about 10 years at a company that couldn't do remote. They only had a isolated network. So, he joined our company, and then COVID hit. So he went to the office all day for 10 years long, and then he couldn't anymore. So he got a little bit of isolation in there, and it wasn't so good. So also that as a trigger made us do some creative things to make sure that our employees didn't get isolated.
Yeah.
How do people interact? So most of the times these days they write, either through email, WhatsApp, Telegram, email already, but also verbally. That's what I like most. Also, if you do it verbally, 9 out of 10 times you also, not only by phone, but you see the other person. And non-verbal communication can be very important. That's also why I don't like virtual trainings, by the way, because if everybody disables their webcam, I can't see anything, and I'm just talking to a screen. That's, for me as a speaker, that's very boring. So, one thing on how people interact these days is they listen to reply. So, first you should listen, understand what the other person is saying, and then form your reply in that order. And even I myself have a tendency to listen. In my head, I already fill in the gaps of what they're about to say, and then I start creating my reply. And technically, that's very, very wrong. So that's something I actively try to teach myself not to do. Listen to what people are saying, validate their experiences, their feelings about it, and then start formulating a reply if needed. Sometimes that's one of our employees. When he calls me, it is either to complain just about complaining, or he complains, please help me fix it. And that's a very different call. Out of myself, when you start complaining to me, I want to fix it. I'm a typical guy. So in his case, I had to learn to take a step back. Hey, what kind of call is this? I ask him, are you just complaining, or do you want me to fix it?
Okay, so within our company, we did several ways of trying to fix those problems we ran into. We put them into the snake here. So we're going to start here at the bottom, once upon a call. So basically what we do is just plain and simple. If you want to talk to a colleague, haven't seen him in a while, pick up your phone, make a phone call, and just talk. And it doesn't need to be work. Just socialize, talk to people, what's going on. Do you miss anything? Do you need anything? What do you need from us? Because that's also important, of course. You need to help them in any way to further their progress. And just a simple call. When you're in a car, just pick up the phone. Well, not pick it up. Use your hands-free set, of course. We're all doing it the correct way. And just socialize and get feeling of how they're doing, and not only on work, but also mentally. That's really important at the moment. Because if you're alone, yeah, you're just locked up. Well, not locked up anymore, but you're alone in your room. You don't see physical people. It's different. So yeah, make a call and just check in with people.
Yeah, and even if that's a colleague where you haven't talked to him or her before, and you're like, yeah, I don't know, it feels a little bit scary to call him. Just call him once, and that's what I did with one of my employees. Apparently, his daughter is a huge fan of BTS. It's like Korean pop. It's a whole culture thing. So apparently, he brought his daughter to a concert in Amsterdam of BTS, and they were there at 4 o'clock in the morning, and the concert started at 8 in the evening. So apparently, that he wasn't the only one. He was pretty much the only parent, but so what I found out that yes, his daughter really likes BTS, but he kind of does too. Also something we introduced was the online or even physical gathering. In other words, on a Tuesday, I believe.
Tuesdays nowadays, yeah.
Tuesday evening, once a month, we have a call where everybody can join. It's your free time, so hey, it's up to you. And then we just talk about, hey, Rex maybe started a new job at a customer, a new project. So, hey, what is that about? Are there any lessons learned from your previous project? Just ask people how they are doing. Yeah, every now and then you find out cool stuff. One of the colleagues started becoming active in politics. And it took about a few hundred votes, or he would have become an active role in the local government. Fun to learn.
Yeah, another thing we did is something, we call it open social. And what it basically is, just start a team session, a Zoom session, whatever you use within your company, and just keep it online all the day through. You can mute your mic, of course, or turn off your camera sometimes, but it gives you a feeling of being together with your colleagues, be able to just shout out some things and get a reply if needed. And it makes you feel closer together, even though you're apart. And another thing you can do is just create a Spotify list, for example. So you all listen to the same music to get a single feeling, to really work within a company, within your team, and be close to each other, even though you're miles or continents apart. And well, for us it works, and it's just great to keep it going and just go back and forth with each other. Just what's the English word? Sparring, sparring, I think. Collaborate, yeah. And it's really stupid because it's just there. You do your job, and it could be on a separate monitor, separate sound set. But you just get a feeling you're not alone. There are people you can reach out to where they just call out the name and they're there. And it works great.
And in case that you are at a customer, you can't have an active webcam session, what we do is we create a calendar appointment for all day, but set to not active, so not busy. So it doesn't block your calendar, but everybody or every one of us has their company Teams open. And the moment I join the open social, everybody gets a pop-up, hey, Jeff is going to the open social. And if Patrick says, hey, I've got time, looks like fun, click, he joins. Also, we use WhatsApp. And if Patrick says, hey, I've got a PowerShell question, Jeff, can you join? And if I've got time, Sure, I'll join in the open social. And chances are that there's a third colleague that's like, sounds like fun. He joins also.
Yeah, and then, of course, Teams is mentioned again. Yeah, we all will work with the Microsoft stuff, so we use Teams. And yeah, we use it also for connecting to our customers, of course. So not only to the colleagues, but get on a call with your customer, with your clients, they all have the same problems, and they probably just want to join in and get, especially if you're in a team at a partner or as a client, get them to join a team. I was at a company, and they did stand-ups in the morning just by using a phone call. So nobody could see each other. They just called and did a stand-up, and it worked, but it was not great. So I introduced them, well, just set up a team session. We all have those screens. Even if people are in the office, they have screens with services, with everything that's needed to work together. And they made it mandatory to start with, just to get everybody on there. And I've left that client now for half a year, but they're still doing it this way. And for them, it was a great way also to get, because the team were spread out all over the Netherlands. They didn't see each other for over a year at that time. So they finally could see each other again and see people for the first time, just not hearing their voice and really seeing them. And it really brought the team together and working even better.
Yeah, and one of the biggest advices I can give you is ask people. Ask people, for example, what you're doing. How are you today? How's things going with your daughter? You told me that she's cramming for an exam. Did she pass? Just a social interaction. And this is a beautiful example where my wife and I are complete opposites. My wife, as lovely as she is, of course, she is very bad in maintaining relationships with friends, etc. It's not because she doesn't care, but she's just bad at it. And sometimes it goes for weeks that she doesn't contact her best friend. I'm the opposite. I actively start contacting people. So every now and then I remind her, hey, have you called Sandra last month? Oh shit, and then she needs to, can I say the S word? I just did, surprise.
Well, I just learned in England you can say shite, that's a normal word to use. So.
Oh, great. Good for next time. So be interested in your colleagues, even if you're not. One former employee, I gave the advice, pretend to be. And surprise, surprise, people started calling him. Hey, how are you doing? Especially for him, during our home situation, he got a little bit of isolation in there. That was kind of becoming a problem. But because he actively started asking other people, how are you doing, they did the same to him. So sometimes it's a little bit you have to give to get.
Yeah, and another very important, well, at least for me, a very important thing is keep your routine. For example, I don't have the same dog, but I do have a couple of dogs. So every morning I just get up, I take a shower, then get your clothes on, of course, and then I'll just go for a walk with the dog like I would normally do before going into the office. So even if you're working from home, keep your schedule, keep your rhythm, do the same things. So I go for a walk with my dog. I know people that were used to driving to work, they don't have that anymore. They just go out for a walk in the morning, and then when they come back, they open the door and go to their office, just like they commute into their home office, basically. But just to get a feeling, to get away from it. Same when they're done with the day, they go out for a walk around the block, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, but then there's a feeling of coming home. And it's so important to keep that rhythm, just to keep the flow going, because if you don't, you tend to, well, not waste away, but your rhythm changes, your work ethic changes, and that will make you start real miserable at a moment in time. So keep your rhythm, keep keep your routines, and it will really help you stay mentally healthy.
For me personally, pre-COVID, every morning I woke up at 6-ish. I got in my car, drove to the customer, and during that drive, I put on some music, really loud, start singing or screaming along with the music. Or am I the only one that does that? Ah, great. And that was my wake-up time. So by the time at 7-ish I get to the customer, I'm awake. And I can actively, pretty much 100%, I can start working. Well, then COVID came along, and I couldn't drive anymore. So I woke up, I do the morning stuff, I go to my laptop, start working, and I noticed that at around 11 o'clock-ish, I was at 100%. So it took me a really long time to boot up. As in me as a person, not the computer. Then, after a few weeks, I started waking up at 6 o'clock again. I got in my car, and I just drove around with my music on, got back home, parked my car, and I could go 100% again, no problem. I'm not doing that anymore. I found different ways to basically put on a headset and again, loud music. I'm not singing along because my wife hates that. But yeah, whatever makes you, try to find a way to make that so. And 9 out of 10 times there's a technical solution for that. Or a practical one, get in your car, just drive around.
Or get a dog, that's always good.
Yeah, we tried that, didn't work. So yeah, how do people interact? Again, talk about more than work. In general, if you are working in an IT company, especially we hire the nut jobs. We hire the people that are passionate about that job. So what do they talk about? Well, surprise, their job. But there's more in life. So essentially, don't live to work, work to live. Yeah. So again, the colleague with BTS, we talked about him also, but we talked to him. Apparently he's a whiskey lover, I am too. So that's something we have in common. Underneath this speaker shirt, there's a shirt of Gabriel Iglesias. It's an American comedian, Fluffy. Apparently Rex and I were there. We look in the row behind us, and there's one of our colleagues, apparently. We had no idea. Yeah, so try to find more in common than just your work. Yeah. I do have to say that work initially is a great place to start, and from there you get more information.
Yeah, and when you start learning, basically knowing your colleagues, your peers, 9 out of 10, of course, there's also always people you don't have matches with, but 9 out of 10 times you always find something that you can relate to or have the same or can talk about. And it really helps, and also for, well, going back to work, for working together, but also to make it more fun and do things around work.
Or completely the opposite, BTS, Korean pop. It does nothing for me. I think it's boring. But I asked my colleague, hey, educate me. What is it? Can you give me examples? Tell me about this culture. Apparently there are 3 major producers there. And there was another one that stepped out of the producing stuff of the 2 bigger companies, and he started BTS, which apparently became the Korean pop sensation. So details like that, yeah, inform me. And then I can use stuff like this over here. But whatever you do, keep things professional. And please, people, put on trousers. Put on pants. If you are on a webcam, yeah, there are certain things I don't want to see, ever.
And we all seen the movies of people in jackets behind the webcam, and then they zoom out and they're in the, let's hope they were shorts, or don't do that.
Yeah.
And also for your keep your routine. Can we see the next one, please? Keep your clothes on. It's really important.
Yeah. What I don't want to see is something like, boom, there it is. But don't do that. And also, with your verbal communication, keep things professional. I do have to say, we have a certain interaction that's kind of within the company. To the extent we have, it's uniquely to us.
Yeah, but we do a lot outside of the company because
Yeah.
to
But
keep things professionally.
There's certain things that I can gladly say to him, but I would never ever say to one of my other employees. So keep things professional, or at least read the room.
You, me. So basically, we have gone through. We don't have a very long talk, so we're basically at the summary now. So, what it all comes down to: facilitate contact. Just keep in contact with each other. Reach out, get help if needed, because that's the most important thing. Just don't go withering away in your room, thinking I'm alone, nobody can help me. There's nobody there. Reach out, and it's difficult. Especially when you're having some kind of mental issues. I know it's difficult to reach out, but probably we all have the same idea. We all have some kind of issues because we're locked up, we're in a room, we're alone. So reach out to people, contact, and otherwise, if you got the feeling that a colleague is having problems, contact that colleague. Get them online, get them to talk. Nowadays, luckily, we can meet up again. So just drive over, take them out for a lunch, I don't know. But get together and be happy, basically.
Yeah, and in the Dutch law, there's a thing called good employeeship and good employership, and it's both. It's never just one, or it should never be just one. So also as an employer, you have, I think, a responsibility to keep an eye on the mental health of your employees, especially in these times. Don't allow them to be isolated. And being alone and being lonely are two very different things. Yeah, and also that's something I always say. On the one side you have an employer. On the other side you have one or multiple employees. I always say it should be a symbiosis. So one enhances the other. So essentially 1 + 1 = 3. The summary is more, no sorry, the result is more than the summary of its parts. That's how all relationships should be. So also a relationship between employee and employer. If that for some reason goes terribly wrong, you're probably in the wrong spot. And that's not my hint to leave your employer, but maybe talk to them, fix it. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so basically this was it for us. We thought the sessions would be shorter, so we didn't have that much content. But we do want to thank you for being here, and I just hope you have a lot of fun this last day of the summit. And again, if we can get to the next slide, please.
Yeah.
Thank our sponsors. They're in the expo, walk by them. Please talk to them, because without them, none of this would be possible. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and both have the sponsors, but also other sessions at the event. They talk about technical solutions for fixing the isolation problem, of fixing the collaboration problem. So also keep an eye on those. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello folks, it feels so very weird to be here in person because this is the first time I have done this. Probably the last time I was here in 2019, so that's definitely a lifetime ago. Thank you so much for joining me. It's wonderful to see you. Come in. I'm just starting. Yeah, lovely to see you. Hope you're enjoying this event. It's fantastic to see conferences coming back in person and everybody supporting them, even though it is slightly weird. My name is Sarah Lean, for those that don't know me, and you are in the session that is managing that hybrid cloud architecture with Azure. So if you're not supposed to be here, time to leave and I won't be offended. But thank you so much for joining me, and thank you to our sponsors. I'm sure you've seen this a few times if you've been at sessions already, yesterday and today. These events don't happen without the support of our sponsors, so visit those that are there. I know there's a few people. Go up and see what swag Microsoft have, but I think they've been cleared out yesterday, but you know, it doesn't help to not ask. But yeah, thank you to all of these fantastic sponsors for hosting this event here, and to the organisers and to yourselves as well. So I know most of you in the audience, I recognise a few faces, but for those that don't know me, my name is Sarah Lean. I've been in IT for about 17 years, which feels a bit scary saying. It makes me feel very old, especially when I talk to some high school students these days, and that's how old they are. But yeah, I've been in the IT industry for 17 odd years, and I'm in that IT pro side of things, sysadmin, desktop support, whatever category or flavour you want to use to identify us. And yeah, I used to love installing servers and fighting with those great server cage nuts, but now I've moved over to fighting with YAML and JSON and bicep templates and all the fun that involves in the cloud as well. But that's where I focus my energy and attention, on the IT pro side of things and the infrastructure side of things. You'll not hear me call myself a developer, even if I do spend a lot of time inside Visual Studio Code these days. I'm the founder of the Glasgow Azure User Group. We are back in person, so I'm going to do my marketing spiel. So if you want to come along, if you're local, please do come along. We've announced our August date, so we'll hopefully see some of the local faces there as well. And if you want to follow me on social media, I'm TechieLass, or you can find my blog, techieLass.com. Now, I know we're in Scotland today, but what I really like to do at my presentations is take a bit of Scotland with me, because I am very Scottish. I'm very, very proud of that. And if you'll indulge me a little, I've got some slides to show you. So this is the Highland cow, or Highland cow, as you might see from lots of tourist things. Now, what I like to do with this is actually explain a bit about the Highland cow. Because a lot of people don't realise that the Highland cow is very adaptable. It's a native breed here in Scotland, and it has two coats. So it has that outer layer that you see that helps keep the wind and the rain off them, and then underneath there's a furry layer that keeps them warm, maybe in the summer as well as the winter, but also helps them keep cool. They're very adaptable to the Scottish climate. And I think they're quite synonymous with us as IT professionals, whether you're a developer, whether you're a database engineer, desktop engineer, because we have to adapt all the time. The technologies is always changing, and we have to learn new things. And let's face it, our end users are quite demanding as well, and ask us to adapt all the time. So yeah, I love the Highland cow, and I think they are quite relevant to the IT industry as well. So there's a few Scottish folk in here, but I know there's a few faces that aren't Scottish. So let's have a look at teaching you some Scottish, so as you go away with some Scottish phrases from this week. So keep the heat means stay calm and don't get upset, and that's what I'm trying to do here behind this lectern. Keep the heat and stay calm. Haud your wheesht, which is something my mum and my husband are always telling me, which means be quiet. We've also got I'm pure done in, and you're probably going to want to use this one at the end of today, because that means I'm tired. Scunnered is also another one you could use for being tired, but yeah, surely we'll all be a bit tired at the end of today. You'll have heard Bonnie, and you'll have heard Bonnie Scotland, and that actually means beautiful. So when you hear the tourist board talking about Bonnie Scotland, what they're talking about is beautiful Scotland. Although today's weather might not actually make you think that today. We've also got I, which means yes, so you might hear me say that all the time, or you'll hear me say no, which is no, and I really need to learn how to say that a bit more these days. We've also got we, and that means small, so I feel very, very small in front of this big ass screen today. And last but not least, banter, which means joking around, having a laugh. And these few slides have been a bit of banter, so I hope you've enjoyed that. And if you take nothing else away from this session, you've learnt some Scottish today. But what the purpose of this session really is about is talking about IT environments and how we manage the evolving IT environments that we have. And today we have such a diverse IT environment. We've got thousands of different ways of hosting what we have. Applications, we have databases, we have these things called containers and these things called serverless as well. And then we look at the programming languages, and there's a whole host of them. Some of the new ones that are coming up completely surprise me, and I think that's when I'm starting to feel a bit old. But we also have hundreds of ways of actually trying to host those applications and deal with the new things that are coming along. We've got data centers that might be in the next room to you if you're back in the office. You've got hosted data centers, you've got branch offices, you've got that dedicated OEM hardware, starting to think about Azure Stack HCI and things like that. We've also got these weird and wonderful things, IoT devices and edge devices. You know, we've got Wi-Fi in our washing machines and God knows what else these days, and we have to think about the security and managing those devices. And then we look towards the cloud, and you've got things like Azure and AWS and Google and all the other cloud providers out there as well. And when we start to think about this in an IT organisation, it can be quite overwhelming trying to manage all of that and trying to keep on track of everything, trying to be at the forefront of the latest technology, but then also trying to keep a bit of control so that you don't fail your audits and you fail your security policies as well. We had to try and keep in track of all of this as well. And this is what I really want to talk to you today about, is managing that hybrid environment, managing that diverse environment that we have within the IT department, and thinking really about the tools that can help us, either making our life a little bit easier from our day-to-day tasks, or actually starting to look at consistency and avoiding that inconsistency that can happen when we have that diverse infrastructure. But also really thinking about why, because there are a lot of tools out there that you can use, but really dialing into why we want to pick some tools, because let's face it, we've maybe all went to a conference, saw a shiny tool and then ran back to our work and said, we need to use this, and not really understood why, just because we saw that shiny bit of technology. So let's focus in on the why today. And the first thing I want to highlight is Windows Admin Center. Now, many of you may already know Windows Admin Center, but there might be a few of you that don't really understand the possibilities that Windows Admin Center brings to you. Now, Windows Admin Center is a remote management console for your Windows server. It's browser-based for you. So you already have the technology there to be able to interact with Windows Admin Center. It's a small download that you have to have, and the license is free as long as you have a Windows Server license. So hopefully, if you're running Windows Server, you are licensed for it. So ultimately, you are licensed to run Windows Admin Center as well. What Windows Admin Center gives you is the ability to interact with those Windows servers. Now, you probably went to sessions today or yesterday that will say that servers are a dead technology and we're moving away from everything, but I know for a fact that Windows Server is still going to be around for a long time, and thinking about some of the facts I remember when I was at Microsoft, there are a ton of Windows servers that are going to be there for a lifetime yet. So Windows Admin Center can help you understand and manage all of your Windows servers, whether they live on a physical bit of server tin, whether they're virtual, whether they live in an on-premise data center, hosted in Azure or hosted in another cloud provider. You can bring all of those Windows Admin Centers into the Windows Admin Center and manage them. You can manage those day-to-day tasks that you might have, checking event logs, digging into why people are saying that your servers are slow, monitoring that, monitoring capacity needs, understanding what's happening, applying those patches that you might have to apply once a month, and let's face it, we still have to do that. But it also starts to think about how you can interact with Azure as well. So for a lot of organisations, they're still actually moving in towards the cloud, and being able to use Windows Admin Center leads you into using those hybrid technologies that we have. But it also helps you stay in that one pane of glass. And let's face it, we all like tools that help us stay in that single pane of glass, and we don't have to have thousands of tabs open or remember different addresses. Windows Admin Center can bring that all into play. And that makes your life a lot easier, streamlines what you're doing every day and makes it less complex, because let's face it, it's getting more complex out there as we go in the IT world. What's great about Windows Admin Center as well is it interacts with your operating system, but it can also interact with the hardware that you're potentially running in your own data center or in a private cloud as well. With Windows Admin Center, they've actually partnered with a bunch of hardware providers. So you've got things like Lenovo and HPE and all the other different ones you can see on there. So if you're managing your hardware for that, you can actually manage it from within Windows Admin Center. So you don't have to go off and look for that obscure tool that your hardware provider has told you to go and install and find out what IP address is installed or find out how to interact with it. It can be within Windows Admin Center as well. And there's a lot of great integration there as well. So if you're managing the hardware, looking at failed disks and things like that and trying to figure out which disk you have to pop, it can show you what is happening within the Windows Admin Center. And the reason that these companies have been able to actually bring their hardware integration into Windows Admin Center is because you can actually make extensions for Windows Admin Center. So maybe it doesn't do what you need it to do today, but you have a bunch of talented developers. You can actually start to build your own extension as well, because it's built on technology such as HTML5, CSS, Angular, TypeScript, jQuery. I don't know what all that is, but surely you have some developers that can help you piece all the puzzles together. And you have 3 types of extensions that you can actually make. So your solution extensions allow you to plug into things like Windows Server, your desktop PCs even, your clusters, Azure Stack HCI, and you can build on that. Then when you want to interact with those bits of solutions, you can build on your tool extensions, and that's where you can have that UI and make it a lot easier for you. Ultimately, at the back end, it's using PowerShell and WHMI queries, but if you're not wanting to use those protocols to interact with the solution, you can use what's called a gateway plugin, and you can use any protocol to be able to plug into it as well. What you can do once you've made an extension is either publish it and try and get it publicly available so the entire world can use it, or you can have it privately available and just interact with your own IT department. So Windows Admin Center has a lot of power available to it, and I think a lot of people underestimate what it can actually do for you inside your environment. But as I said, it's free to go and do as long as you have a Windows Server license. It's a small download, and within a matter of minutes you can actually get started with it. I use it in my own environment at home. I have a small lab environment, and being able to interact with that saves me having to remember the IP addresses, various different passwords, what did I do, all of that. It's a great tool for just helping you be more efficient when you're actually interacting with your Windows servers. Now, staying on the Windows Server path, let's think about updates, because keeping your servers up to date is a challenge. It always is. It's always that pain every month or every week when you have to roll out the patches. When we think about the diverse environment that we have physical machines, we have virtual machines, we have Windows machines, we have Linux machines, and they both have different cadences around when they have to have patches applied. And we really want to solve that challenge. And that's where Azure Update Management actually comes into play. It can help you check the compliance of your servers, so you have a great checking ability. So if you have an auditor coming in, you can see what's happening and show them that you're either up to date or you're not up to date, depending on where you are on that journey. And it can help you actually deploy and install those up-to-dates. Back in the day when I was looking after servers, we had to use WSUS. I can't remember what that acronym means nowadays. But it was a lot of a manual process. There was not a lot of automation. I had to go in at 2 a.m. in the morning, press the automation button, restart the servers, watch it all happen. With Azure Update Management, we can start to schedule all of that. You can schedule those things to happen at 2 a.m. in the morning. You can schedule deployment windows, say 120 minutes, 240 minutes, however big the window needs to be. Update Management will then figure out if it can apply all the patches inside that window. If it can't, it won't actually allow those patches to be deployed, which is either a great thing or a bad thing, depending on how you think about it. But if you've got a short window for those production servers, the last thing you want to do is run into that and have to have your big boss shouting at you and demanding what's happening. So it's quite clever in the technology that it can do. And it copes with your Windows and your Linux servers. You don't have to go off and remember all the weird and wonderful commands and flavours of Linux and have to maybe look after an internal repository to apply your updates. And I think that's really the power of it. And it doesn't have to be an Azure server that you're patching. It can be an on-prem server. It can be one in GCP. It can be one in AWS. It has that ability for you to manage everything regardless of where it is. And one of the things that I think as well people forget is this is ultimately a free tool inside Azure. The cost to you is really just the logging for log analytics. So there's a small monetary charge for it, but ultimately it's very small. It's probably less than you've paid for a coffee cup today. If you check out this interview that I did about a year ago now with the product team, they go into more details around that and explain the costs as well. So it's a great product. There's lots of changes on the roadmap. I know that much is coming along, and there's more preview versions coming out. But Azure Update Management is one of those services that you could start to use in your environment if you haven't gone fully cloud. It's a little step in the right direction for starting to manage things better and make things a lot better in your environment. Now, governance. It's a thing that we all try to do, but we hate to do it because, let's face it, no one wants to play the big baddie that stops people from doing things or says you have to do something in a certain way. But governance shouldn't be about controlling, shouldn't be about stopping people from doing things. We want to use the latest and greatest technologies out there, but we also need to be mindful of the compliance that we need to comply to for our organisation. We don't want those auditors coming in and finding holes in our environment and finding things that can stop us and potentially get us fines. But we also don't want people to go off and do things on their own and have that shadow IT as well. So we have to find that right balance, and that's where we have to have this governance in place and start to think about how we can look after what we're doing and organise it. Especially if we're looking at on-prem, cloud, then we've got containers, then we've got servers, then we've got functions, serverless. That can be a lot of things that you have to manage and have to think about each day. If you can automate it, if you can set something up that makes it a lot easier for you, then it's a win for everybody in the environment. And that's where Azure Policy comes into play. Now, Azure Policy isn't a new service. It isn't the latest and greatest. It isn't the fanciest and shiniest bit of technology inside Azure. But what it really does is allows you to have a good understanding of what your environment is doing. Now, I remember when I used Azure Policy, when I first started to look at Azure, and all it could do was audit what was happening. It could only look at the environment and tell you whether you were not doing something and you needed to look at it, but it's grown significantly since then. So we can do that auditing, we can have that real-time policy mechanism if you want to, but we can also start to enforce the things that we want to, do that remediation. We can change how someone has deployed something, we can add on tagging if they haven't done that for you, but let's hope that everybody's like bicep templates has tagging built into them and you don't have to do that remediation. But we can also start to look at inside our resources as well. We can start to configure some of our virtual machines. So, for example, one thing that I always do in my home lab with Azure Policy is make sure all of the virtual machines are on the same time zone, because that can confuse the hell out of you, and it can also make things go really bad, and you can have some issues with that. There's a lot of power with Azure Policy, both from the management group level within your Azure subscription, within the subscription level, or even just at the resource group level. So you have that granularity that you can apply across the board. And we're starting to look at actually doing it outside of Azure as well. So we can use Azure Policy on non-Azure machines as well to actually look at what's happening. And again, have that overall view of what's happening in this diverse environment that no doubt we have inside our IT department these days. The guest policy thing, looking at what's inside your virtual machines, is actually quite powerful. There's a lot you can do. I've often heard it described as the alternative to group policy, but anyone who's used group policy and the power of that will know that this isn't quite the equivalent to it. But it can start to look at some of the things that you need to do. Some of those, like I said, time zone settings, or if you want to check that people aren't accidentally putting themselves into the admin group or putting the wrong people in there. There's a lot of things that you can start to configure and remediate or audit depending on the policies. There's a lot of policies that are already pre-built into the Azure policy portal. So you've got the ones that the product team have done, or you've got ones where you can build your own, so you can create your own. And then there's community repositories as well. So there's a lot that you can leverage here. You don't have to start from scratch. You don't have to think about the things that you have to look at. If you look at the built-in policies, there's a lot of things to think about, and you can start to just apply them at a click of a button across your environment. Now those tools are fantastic, and they're great if you want to just plug in little bits within your hybrid environment or start to look at moving towards Azure. However, they've released Azure Arc, which is a really powerful tool when we think about how we can pull this diverse environment together. With Azure Arc, we can have that single pane of glass or single control plane with Azure Arc the heart of it. And that's kind of key. For a lot of organisations, they'll be using multi-cloud, they'll have a hybrid environment with Azure at the forefront of it, where it's the single source of truth, if you like. And I feel like a marketeer with all those single control planes and single source of truth. But that's really what Azure Arc is doing. It's really the power of it. With Azure Arc, in a lot of cases, you install an agent on it, and what it does is extend Azure to that non-Azure environment. So you can really leverage the power of it. Now, there's lots of things you can do just from the virtual machine world. We've also got SQL Server. We can do a lot of powerful things with the SQL Server. We can start to do containers. We can start to look at our Azure Stack HCI and have containers controlled on there. We can even have looking at functions on non-Azure things, which is just weird and wonderful. How do you deploy an Azure function on something that isn't Azure ultimately? Azure Arc allows you to do that. So you could have these functions and services on your on-prem environment. Say you want to use that as your staging environment and play around and learn and test then, and then have your production in Azure. And that hopefully will allow you to have a like-for-like, have a very modern solution, an environment going on with Azure Arc. You know, Azure Arc pulls in a lot of the services that I've just talked about. So Azure Policy, Azure Update Management, they can all be leveraged using Azure Arc. So we can start to configure Azure Arc on our machines, on our Kubernetes clusters, on our containers. And then because we've set it up all correctly, all of the other things come on board with us. Our update management, our policies, maybe our monitoring, whatever's happening, Azure Arc can help you do that all within really just one click of a button often with that. If you do it properly, then it can be quite powerful with Azure Arc. Now there's other things like machine learning we now have. I think that was announced at, was it last build or this build? I get confused with all the conferences that happen and all the announcements. But we have Azure Arc enabled data services and machine learning. Like I said, we have the Azure Arc enabled application services. We've got that infrastructure, so Windows Server, Linux servers, containers. We can start to look at doing things with VMware, Azure Stack HCI as well, and trying to bring that even more into the fold towards Azure. Although that always confuses me because Azure Stack HCI, how is it not already an Azure service? But we'll go with it. We're also starting to look at things like SCVM. So if you're using System Center Virtual Machine Manager on-prem, we can actually hook in that host for that SCVM and then start to deploy virtual machines from the Azure portal to that host because of Azure Arc. Now that's a preview service, so that obviously comes with a little note of interest. It's a preview service, but that's the power of where Azure Arc is taking us. It's been able to have Azure at the centre of what we're all doing and what we're all thinking about. And I think that's really key, being able to take Azure to our non-Azure services if Azure is at the forefront of what we're doing. If we think about some of the other things we can do with it, if you have like on-prem environments, we can have Azure Arc installed on, say, our SQL Server on our on-prem environment. We can then look at configuring it and optimizing it using the power of, what do they call it now? Is it Microsoft Defender for Cloud and Azure Sentinel? You can bring the power of that. You can audit if there's security risks, if there's things you can do to improve what's happening within your SQL Server. Now, I'm not a SQL engineer and it's been a while since I've been there, but maybe you want to optimize some queries or how your servers are running. You can have that power that you have within Azure from things like Microsoft Defender and Azure Sentinel, and bringing that on-prem or bringing that to things that maybe people have deployed within AWS and you want to start to understand them and control them. not in a negative way, a bit better as well. There's lots of scenarios where pulling Azure Arc into the scenario helps extend it, helps make it a lot better for you as well. Now, I've only mentioned a few of the tools that you could use for hybrid, but let's have a look at some of the other ones just briefly. Azure Backup and Azure Site Recovery have really been hybrid since they were released. One of the first projects I ever did with these technologies was around helping to support an on-prem environment, replacing that second data center that my customer had for their disaster recovery environment, and actually leveraging Azure Backup and Azure Site Recovery to make Azure the second DR site. So if you think about it, we've had hybrid technology for a long, long time in Azure. It's just not been called hybrid, or we've not thought about it as hybrid. Gotta love marketing, right? But these technologies can really help you, again, make Azure that central point of view, make them the important factors for you. Azure Monitor, I've not really talked about that, but we could talk about that in depth. We want to monitor what's happening. We want to have that single control plane, and we can do that with Azure Monitor as well. We can bring in all the log files, we can look at things. That can be our control plane for our monitoring. And again, Azure Arc helps extend that as well. So again, Azure Arc is really the one that is at the forefront of what we're trying to do with the hybrid architecture. And then Azure File Sync. Now, this is a cool bit of technology if you've never used it, and I'm sure a few of you had, because it has been around for a long time. But it allows you to extend your file servers. It allows you to get more space on your file servers without actually having to put that physical disks or adding more NAS or SAS onto your environment. It's very much like what we have with OneDrive, although I'm sure the Azure File Sync team will not like that comparison. But you can have all of your files backed up into the cloud and have access to them. And again, this is hybrid technology that we've had for a while from the Windows Server team, and being able to use Azure to extend what we're having and enhance our environment and make our lives a lot easier as well. The thing to remember is the why. These bits of technologies are fantastic, but why do you want to use them? And it goes back to what I said at the very start of the presentation. We want to streamline what our day-to-day looks like. We want to make it easier for us on a day-to-day basis. We want to extend what we're trying to do, and we want to allow people to have the innovation to be able to go off and do things with containers, Kubernetes, with serverless. They want to explore and make things better for our business, but we want to have that control. We want to have that oversight of what's happening. So we want to give them enough rope to go off and play with things, but we also want to make sure that we're not breaching any security policies or audit policies or any budgetary policies as well, because let's face it, one of the big things we all see with Azure policy is people locking down what SKUs, what pricing things you can use within Azure, and we want to make sure that we're keeping everything A-OK within our environments. And that's what you should be remembering. When you're designing your hybrid architecture, when you're thinking about multi-cloud environments, think about why you're doing it, what is the reason, what is the business value, and then dial into it. Again, none of these technologies might be appropriate to you, but hopefully you'll find the why behind some of them and be able to enhance your environment. Now, there's lots of things out there that you can use to learn and figure out more about these, but my favourite ones are what's on screen today. So we've got the Azure Arc Jumpstart learning capabilities, and this is actually very cool. When they first launched this, I was a bit sceptical, I'll be honest, but what's actually happened is the team have spent a lot of time building out documentation and also automation scenarios for learning about Azure Arc. So what you can do is if you go to the Jumpstart page, which I think is aka.ms/jumpstart, you can actually download a template or apply a template to Azure. What it'll do is it'll roll out a whole Azure Arc environment for you within your subscription. All set up, all configured, all the hard work done for you. I did it the other day, set it off before I went for my lunch, came back and it was all there for me to have a click around and try, and it can be used as proof of concept. There's various different scenarios you can dig into. So there's ones for IT pros, there's one for all of the Azure Arc services that they can enable, or there's one for developers as well. So you can have a play around with it depending on what you want. And again, You just have to click a button and then check out what passwords and how you use it. It's a great thing for being able to play with Azure Arc and really understand the power of it if you're maybe building a business case for your environment or trying to teach someone else how to use it in the non-production environment. The Microsoft Learn, not new, it's been around for a while now, and I'm sure all of you have used it in some capacity. But it's definitely a resource to have a look at. It's constantly growing. There's constantly new things to be doing. I think the Microsoft team upstairs are running a Cloud Skills Challenge where you can run, is it speakers or headphones or a Surface Go or something if you complete some challenges. So it's that great competition that you can go into. And I know a lot of organisations run competitions internally as well to encourage people to actually do things within Microsoft Learn. And last but not least, the Azure Architecture Centre. Now, I don't know how many of you have used this, but it's a great resource for understanding how all of these services, both in a hybrid nature and in an Azure-only nature, actually connect into each other and help you solidify your knowledge. There is a lot of work goes into this Azure Architecture Centre, and a lot of them actually come from real-world customer scenarios. So the data has obviously been anonymised, but that architecture is there and it's tried and tested for a lot of customers at Microsoft, and it's always being added to. Doesn't quite feel like that because it can be a bit slow for them to add new architecture diagrams, but they are working at it, and it's great for trying to understand what's happening, or if you've been thrown a curveball by your boss and have to figure out a new service and where it fits inside the architecture, you can have a look at the Architecture Centre and hopefully give you some real world examples to actually learn from as well. And it wouldn't be an Azure presentation without giving the Cloud Adoption Framework a little shout out. The Cloud Adoption Framework is a massive set of documentation where you can go off and learn a lot about it. It's great if you're starting to define your Azure journey, and it's also great if you're in the middle of your Azure journey or your cloud journey and you've decided that it's not working and you need to start again, and how you undo some of your decisions. It's also got the Azure Well Architected Framework that's part of it as well, and it can help you with best practices, naming conventions, costs, security. There's a whole host of things in there. It used to be really easy to read, maybe over a couple of days, but it's grown so much, the Cloud Adoption Framework, that you just have to go and search for the bit that you want the answer to and dive into it. But the team are constantly improving it, constantly changing it. When new services come on board, the Cloud Adoption Framework is part of being updated. So it's definitely something to look at. If you haven't looked at it for a while, go and refresh yourself. There's a lot in there that's happening as well. Folks, that's me. I hope you've enjoyed it. I've got questions, or I've got time for questions. I've not got any questions, but if you've got questions, I'm happy to take them. But thank you so much, folks, and I hope that has been useful to you as well. Hello. That's a hard one. So for those that, I think I'm being live streamed, so I'll repeat the questions. Graham was asking about how feature rich Azure Stack HCI is versus native Azure. I don't think it's necessarily a replacement for native Azure. I think there's still some holes in there. But what it allows you is more flexibility. The team are constantly building it. I think actually, I don't know if Kenny Lowe's here today or if his session was yesterday and he was talking about Azure Stack HCI, but it's a good alternative. It's not a replacement for Azure. I don't even think the Azure Stack HCI team would say that, but it's a good way of trying to breach the gap or have that Azure service if you're in a non-connected world, thinking submarines, maybe oil rigs, all that kind of thing. It allows you to start to use some of the capabilities, but I don't think it's fully feature rich, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, just for the folk on the live stream, the question is about Azure File Sync versus something else like SharePoint. I've seen a lot of customers use File Sync. I don't know how many. I don't know if I would go down the SharePoint route. That sounds like a lot of pain, but it's obviously an option. I guess each scenario fits people differently, and that's why I was saying remember the why. There are certain points where Azure File Sync will actually make a lot of sense, but then there's a tipping point with any technology, right, where it doesn't make sense. So I guess it's an individual case by case. It's an option. It's one of those ones you list all the options, figure out which one works best. But yeah, it is still a well-adopted technology, to be honest. Yes?
Sorry, two questions. Is ARC agentless or agent-based? Does it depend on what technology you're trying to manage?
Yeah, so the question is about Azure Arc agent versus agentless. So it'll depend on what you're trying to connect into. For example, for the virtual machines, there's an agent you have to install and manage. And when you start to get down Kubernetes and things like that, I haven't really played with it, but yeah, there's not completely agentless as far as I'm aware.
Second question about update management.
Yes.
I remember the how deep can update management go? I'm thinking as regards security baselines and detecting if machines are part of a cluster or part of a HA configuration. How many options can you get from it apart from just the time scheduling and stuff like that?
Yep, so the question is around the power of Azure Update Management, really, versus, say, our friend WSUS. There's a lot of power in Azure Update Management from that base level. If we're starting to get into more complex environments, it's probably not quite there when you start to look at clustering and which levels everything is. You'd probably still have to do the manual, well, cluster 1's at this point, cluster 2's at that point. It's not cluster aware, if that's really what the question is. Yeah, it's not going to detect what you are, so you have to be clever in terms of scheduling and making sure you don't include all your cluster nodes. Otherwise, you're going to have a painful morning. But yeah, it is what it is. The team are constantly working on it. I know there's a preview version kicking about somewhere on top of it, but yeah, that's still very much on the roadmap as far as I'm aware. Anybody else? Yes? Mm-hmm. Yep. So the question's around where Azure Update Management can play a part in like non-operating system updates. So yes and no. So you can plug WSUS into Azure Update Management, so you can pull things down. So for that disconnected, you can also plug it into System Center. So which version of that is SCCM? We still calling it SCCM. You can plug it into those kind of on-prem technologies and have the reporting and do it that way. Azure Update Management is more around the operating system patches. So I don't know if we include like Defender updates and stuff like that as an operating system patch yet. Probably not. So yeah, as long as it's kind of in that operating system way. But if you've got disconnected scenarios or you don't want things going up into Azure or the internet, you're probably looking at like a WSUS server or an SCCM server managing that and having all of that in play as well. Okay. Anybody for any more? No? All gone shy? Awesome. I've got some stickers here, folks, if you want stickers. I don't know if we're still doing stickers at conferences nowadays. But yeah. Thank you so much, folks. I really do appreciate it. And it's lovely to be back in person again. So thank you.
So basically, the topic of this session is you don't need dynamic CRM, you need a Power App. First off, thanks to the sponsors, Microsoft, HSO, Docs 42, PwC, Proximo 3, AIS. Without these sponsors, these things just don't happen. They don't happen for free or anything like that. We got some more sponsors, the Gold's Companion, CloudThing, Experian, Incremental, DQ Global, Alltech, Tiski, hopefully I said that correctly, and Squared Up. Again, I've put on events back home, and without sponsors, it's a lot more harder to do this. So definitely we appreciate those companies stepping up and supporting Scottish Summit. A little bit about myself. My name is Nick Dolman. I have about 20 plus years with the Power Platform, and you're probably wondering, hey, the Power Platform hasn't been around that long, but we'll get into a little bit about that. I was a Microsoft MVP from 2017 to 2021 before I was kicked out for getting my Microsoft Blue Badge. That's how it works. You graduate to be an MVP to Microsoft. So all you current MVPs, this is what's going to happen to you, happen to me, happen to Scott. So it will just come along. That's not guaranteed though, so don't quote me on that. I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer, and I'm also a competitive power lifter. I actually just found out a couple weeks ago I will be competing in my first international event, the North Americans in Panama City in August. I'm not sure if anybody's here from Panama, but if you're going to be there, check it out. And I have a quote there from a famous strongman from Iceland, John Paul Sigmarsson. He said, "There's no reason to be alive if you can't do deadlift." Fun fact, he passed away deadlifting. So anyways, there's my contact info. Definitely reach out if you have questions later or anything like that. I'd be more than happy to follow up on that. All right. I work for Microsoft. My boss said I have to say this. I'm a full-time employee, but especially on a topic like this, my ideas, views, opinions, they're my own, based on my field experience working with various projects and stuff like that. Translation is, don't get me in trouble. I would hate to get this email saying, well, apparently at Scottish Summit, somebody from Microsoft said this, and there's this big deal that was going to close and blah, 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 all that. Like, okay, just so we're all aware. All right, now let's get into the meat and potatoes of this session. Come on in. Don't be shy. We're going to talk about the amazing origin story of the Power Platform. So yes, we are going to be talking about building a CRM and a Power on the Power Platform, but I do want to give you some background of the reasons why some of these things are the way they are and why we would do this. We're also going to talk about how to build or how to help a business or a company choose, build, or steal a business app. And then we're also going to quickly run through, and maybe some of you know how to do this, maybe some of you are brand new to the Power Platform, very quickly how we're going to build our own CRM Power App. And we're going to do it all in this session, and I'm going to talk a lot about other things, just so you can see how quick it is to actually get some of these apps up and running. Click. Oh, no. Okay. So I'm going to have to go old school and do it this way. So first off, I'm going to talk about the amazing origin story of the Power Platform. Probably a lot of you think, oh, Power Platform was something Microsoft made in like 2016, 2017, thereabouts, and kind of ran with it. Well, no, there's a lot more to that story, and let's just go through that. So I'm going to go back to 2001, 2002, early 2003, and this is how I got started in the Power Platform. A product called Microsoft Business Solutions Customer Relationship Management version 1. And there was a lot of other CRMs out in the market. There was Siebel, there was things like Goldmine, SalesLogix, a few others. But Microsoft said, hey, we're going to have our own CRM system. There was another acquisition that they got another company that kind of had some of that tech. And with version 1, there was like a sales and service module. Version 3 had a marketing module. What was innovative at the time, today these are things we just take for granted, but it was browser-based. Most of the time you actually had workstation software. You would go around and install this on each individual workstation. From an architecture point of view, it had this business application layer. So there was this sort of intermediate layer in between your web browser and the back end, which was Microsoft SQL. So some of this architecture is kind of innovative to the point where you could you didn't have to be a coder or developer, but you could start doing things like adding fields to a form, adding maybe a little bit of logic with some workflows, things like that. So it was really kind of an innovative approach. And just for fun, I'll hand this around, historical piece. This is my version of CRM 1.2. So if you want to take a look at some of the marketing material that's in there, just for historic sake, just pass it around, and it's might be worth money someday, I don't know. So moving on to chapter 2, and at the time, one thing I do want to mention, CRM was an on-premise thing. You would install it on your own servers. Around 2007, 2008, this thing called CRM Live came to be, and this was cloud software. This was pretty much a full version of Dynamics CRM, version 4, that was completely cloud-based. So you didn't need your own servers anymore. You paid for it on a subscription. You paid for it month by month. You just got your credit card out, bought so many users, and that was really cool because you didn't have to deal with the servers. I remember going into projects where a lot of the budget would have been on server setup, infrastructure setup, and all this type of thing. This way, we could just say, hey, you could just try it out for 30 days, and if you like it, great. If you don't, then you just don't renew the subscription anymore. Being in Canada, CRM was not the data centers were all US-based at the time. Canada, there's a lot of organizations that were still very much data residency. We want to make sure data's in Canada. So I worked with a hosting provider, and we kind of had our own version of CRM. It was all licensed through, I forget the name of the licensing term, but anyways, it was interesting. So I went to a lot of projects, a lot of smaller companies, and they were still very much, we want our own servers. We don't trust the cloud yet. This is still kind of new. It's kind of scary. I said, fair enough. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to implement CRM. We'll do this on the hosting provider. If you like it, great. Then we could always offload it and bring it onto your own server, so you can make that investment later. Of all these projects that I did following that model, how many do you think actually bought servers later and migrated to on-premise? Any guesses? 0. They all just think this is working great. Why would we bring it on-prem? Another interesting thing happened in my journey, and I think this happened for a lot of other people's journey as well, is they started to realize very early on, especially with CRM version 3, you could create your own entities, now called tables. You create your own forms, your views, and you could create them representing anything, like events, donations, households, cars. And so what happened was, this CRM provided the ability to do those data entity relationships. It was a system that was multi-user. It was web-based. You had your security and authentication built right in. You had that user interface that you'll look at a little bit later, how easy it was to put together. There was some automation with workflow. Of course, you could bring in your developers to do some, in version 3, they were called callouts, and in version 4, they were called plugins. There was reporting. Version 1 had crystal reports built in. Version 3 started using SSRS. You could integrate to other systems, like definitely on the SQL backend or through that business layer, through those APIs, the SDK. And there was even a mobile version that kind of came out as well as part of this. So if you were building a custom app, if you had to build this all from scratch in Visual Studio or even from Access, this would take, it's doable, but it would take a lot of extra work, where we were actually discovering we could build these apps directly on CRM. They didn't even need sales or service or some of those out-of-the-box modules. We could build our own custom apps. So what happened was, this concept of XRM became a thing. And the idea here is, there's a video, and you can still get it, where Microsoft sort of said, hey, CRM, you can do customer relationship management. But not only that, you can do stuff like CAL management, cloud management, asset management, franchise, employee. And the whole concept there, and there's that link to that YouTube video, so definitely check it out. It's kind of funky. But the idea that this was XRM, so the whole CRM system was one platform, many applications, infinite possibilities. And so we just kind of went from a pure CRM system to something that could be accessible to anybody. And it was really cool because you didn't, like, yes, we had developers doing some of those edge case scenarios, but still, an average people could start building forms and lists and views and adding fields to tables and start building business applications without needing to be a hardcore developer. One example is, and I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, my wife, when we got married in 2003, she built an Access database of our wedding and all this stuff, and who was invited, invitations, she even had a dashboard, like who we responded to, the whole bit. And then I was talking about CRM, and she said, well, what you do sounds really cool. And I said, what I do is pretty much what you did in Access, but I'm using CRM to do that. So a few years later, she got into it. She has a degree in tourism and hotel management, and she now today is a Dynamics 365 Power Platform consultant working for BDO in Canada, and just building a lot of really neat stuff with no developer background. So we're moving on through the history here. So we had Dynamics CRM. And now that I work for Microsoft, I can't say anything negative about Microsoft, but so we love to rename things. And it sometimes works out fairly well. So we went from Dynamics CRM to Dynamics 365, and it's like, fair enough, on this platform, we're not always building CRM systems, and being in the cloud 365 days a year. I guess on leap year, we are given a pass for one day that the system might be down, fair enough. But Microsoft kind of like, they like to group things together, so they brought in things like Navision and Business Central. They called that Dynamics 365. They brought in Exapta. They called that Dynamics 365. So it kind of got a little bit confusing because I was doing sessions on Dynamics 365. Once I used to do a session migrating from on-prem to the cloud, and I had some folks, very much like you, sit in the front row going, great, you're going to tell us how we're going to migrate our Exapta up into the cloud. And I'm going, sorry, I don't even know how to spell Exapta. So this is all about CRM. And they're like, oh, but your session said Dynamics 365. So these are sort of some of these naming conventions that kind of is designed to keep folks like you on your toes and keep on top of things, keep you coming back to docs and reading the information. See, that's me being positive, right? All right. So all this is going on. Microsoft is developing Dynamics 365 and evolving CRM and building a lot of these XRM tools. Now, meanwhile, at Microsoft, and this is, I don't know exactly how this happened. This is long before I joined Microsoft, but this is how I think it happened. On the other side of campus, there's a completely different team building these things, these low-code, no-code tools and data analytics tools. And from that evolved Power BI, something called Microsoft Flow, and what was the original Power Apps. And they were cooking along, and these are really cool tools. The whole idea, yeah, we're going to, citizen developers, anybody can start making apps and all this stuff. Well, what happened was, and it was great. So with these platforms, you had things like data entity and relationships, multi-user, web-based, security authentication, all of these great things. And they're like, rah, 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 we can build these apps. Look at all this cool stuff. You don't need to be a developer. See where I'm going with this? This seems a bit of deja vu going on here, right? And again, I wasn't there. Don't know how it happened. I'm just sort of like making things up here, but I think what probably happened, there was a big meeting when they were kind of promoting Power Apps, and then the Dynamics 365 folks were going, all that stuff you're talking about? We already have it. It's been like, we've had it for like 10 years already. So why are you reinventing the wheel? Why are you doing that? So I'm sure there was a few marketing people that started sweating a little bit, and a few people in the leadership team that are kind of like, holy cow, like we should talk to each other and things like that. But instead of sort of freaking out and killing off one side versus the other, there was sort of I like to call it could have been this big battle, this big wrestling match. Who was going to win? Was it going to be the new, Power Apps, Flow, Power BI? Was it going to be Dynamics 365? Well, that doesn't make sense. We shouldn't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Let's merge it together. Let's have this Power Platform, because there's great features from both sides. Working together, we can build some really cool stuff. From Dynamics CRM, which eventually became Dataverse. So for those of you who think Dataverse is a new thing, Dataverse came from something called the Common Data Service. The common data service effectively, as we know it, was the dynamic CRM database. So yes, there's evolutions and things like that there, but this was something, there was a CDS version 1, which was a little sketchy, but the CDS that we know today, coming from that back end, is really powerful. So from that, that's why we have the two types of Power Apps, model-driven Power Apps, which are effectively the CRM forms, views, and dashboards, that kind of thing, where you could quickly build apps. They might not be the most prettiest things in the world, but they work, they're functional, people can understand them and begin to work with data. And of course, there was the Office 365 integration, Dynamic CRM already integrated with Exchange, Outlook, SharePoint for document storage and things like that. Portals, which come to my session at 4, we'll talk about portals, now known as Power Pages. And there was other things that Dynamic CRM had too, the horizontal applications for sales, finance, manufacturing, kind of pre-built out of the box, ready to be configured for businesses. But from the flip side, the Power App side, pixel-perfect mobile-ready user interfaces. If I look back in time and look at some of the projects that I worked on in the late 2000s and early 2010s, I could have solved so many problems with Canvas apps. It kind of blows my mind a little bit. Also using Power Automate. And don't get me wrong, I like the Dynamic CRM classic workflows, but once you sort of get into that Power Automate, that flow, that's like my new drug of choice in terms of automation. Now, I wish Flow would do synchronous stuff, but that's how we still have to go to workflows, but still, Power Automate was pretty cool. And then you had thousands of connectors. How many people have worked on projects in the past where you had to integrate with other systems and had to have developers write custom APIs or write custom integrations, where now we have, I think, are we up to 500 connectors yet? Do we know? I think we're close. So we have all these other connectors that we can connect. And then, of course, Power BI, we have like a much more richer reporting, dashboards, and those types of things. So as opposed to having these two streams, let's merge them all together, and we're going to form the Power Platform. And basically this is how the Power Platform looks today. We have 5 pillars. It's 5 as of 2 weeks ago. It was 4 before that. We have Power BI, Power Automate, Power Apps, Power Virtual Agents, Power Pages. We've got other stuff mixed in there. There's the connectors, Power Effects, which is a pretty cool new low-code language. We have, of course, Dataverse as sort of the data store and AI builder, and there's always new stuff coming in. These are always evolving, and they also like to change the icons. So, of course, every time I go to update this slide, I'm like, oh, I have to change the icons again. But it's all good. We like change. We like change. Keeps us on our toes. All right. So I'm going to shift now. So there's a bit of a history. So sometimes, when people ask the question, why do we have model-driven apps? Why do we have Canvas apps? Well, now you understand a little bit of the history of where some of these things came from. And then if you look sometimes in Dataverse, you see some weirdness in Dataverse. Well, why? Why is it like this? Well, it's because there's 20 years of history and code behind that. So that's why we have strange things like activity pointer tables and why the attachments is a little strange and stuff like that. But it's always evolving. So I'm going to talk now about building business apps, which I know some of you are here, some of you are maybe brand new to the industry or maybe new to the Power Platform. And this is also a bit of a true story that's involved with this and sort of how the basis of this presentation came to be honest. So I worked on a project before I joined Microsoft where we were using the Power Platform. They bought Power Apps application or user licenses. We were building Power Apps, very specific kind of things around like projects and seeing kind of measuring drugs. It's a government what do you call them? Like not a government agency, but sort of a government funded type thing. Anyways, they had built a lot of old legacy apps that needed to be updated. So we talked about the Power Platform. They're building Power Apps. They were excited. They're like, this is great. They're building Canvas apps. They're using some Power Automate. They were actually updating a lot of their legacy information, making a lot more efficiencies there, and actually replacing some paper-based processes they had. They're actually using data flows to move data in from other systems into Dataverse so they can kind of work with that. And they were pretty excited. Then we had a much broader meeting with more people, stakeholders, to kind of show off what was being built. And one person, she kind of said, hey, you know what you're building is really cool, this is really cool, but by the way, I'm on a completely separate committee. I wasn't aware of this. A lot of other people in this meeting were not aware of this. She said, we're looking at evaluating CRM systems. And the front runner currently is something called Salesforce. I don't know if you ever heard of it. She said, that's what we're kind of looking at as a CRM system. So can the Power Platform, it's integrating some of these other systems, moving data in. Can we integrate with Salesforce? And I kind of like, okay, this is a really weird question. Oops, that was, and I said, sure. Why? And the conversation sort of went this. She said, I'm on a committee. We're going to select a new CRM system. Okay? So I'm saying, did you know that the Power Platform is actually based on something called Dynamic CRM? And the kind of conversation's like, really? So how can we add Dynamic CRM to the Power Platform? So this is how the conversation evolved from that. So first off, they're pretty excited to hear that they didn't have to actually go and license a completely separate software, that they actually had a lot of the infrastructure there and the license is already in place. So she said, oh, can we add Dynamic CRM to our Power Platform? I said, yeah, like, and we'll go, and it's a little, you know, we have to do a bit of a migration, but we can spin this up. But I said, but before I went in, I said, do you need to manage sales? And like I said, this is more of a project-based, government-funded organization, so they don't do sales in a traditional sense. She's like, no? Okay. Do you do like support cases, service level agreements, anything like from a customer service point of advantage? Like not, and she said, no, not really. Not in that sense of ticketing and that kind of thing. Like, okay. She said, really, what we need is a centralized system of our contacts, our partners, and as well as what projects they're currently working with. And we're already tracking those projects in the Power Platform. So I was like, guess what? You don't need Dynamic CRM. You already have your Power Apps. You need a Power App. And it's running on Dataverse, and you have those licenses already. So really, that was sort of an interesting conversation that kind of moved from an organization investing a ton of money into a completely separate CRM system when they already had it in the Power Platform. And again, it just sort of goes to show sometimes, you know, I would say the muggle, I like to use the term muggles of the world. Like I know we all read the docs and we see the new, I'm sure everybody here reads the release plans when they come out, but there's a larger population that doesn't. I use QuickBooks for my own personal business. Well, QuickBooks sends me 10 emails a week on all the new stuff. I ignore all of it. I just want QuickBooks to do my books, and that's it. So Dynamics Power Platform for some of our customers is the same thing. It's a tool that they use, so they don't always know how these things connect. And that's sort of our job as either consultants or developers or internal business analysts to kind of piece these things all together. So of course, this organization, they've had Canvas apps. They started building model-driven apps. They're actually starting to use portals a little bit now. And of course, Power Automate to automate some of these things. So this is a prime example of the Power Platform beginning to, you know, enable businesses. And I know we've all heard these stories before, but also from a sense of hey, we needed some other systems and the Power Platform be able to accommodate that without the need to buy additional software. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how businesses choose business apps. I'm going to take another little stream here, and some of you probably have run into this before, and as you sort of engage with other customers. Typically, you buy something, you might build something, or you use what's available. There's another thing out there, it's called Microsoft Excel. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's very popular for people to use as mission-critical business systems, which is kind of scary. So buying something, very popular. If you're doing something like standard practices like accounting or ERP systems, this is where you want to buy something because they follow generally accepted accounting principles. I think most countries have sort of that set of standards. Sometimes you'll see some other industry verticals like learning management systems, membership management systems. The drawback of some of these systems is they don't always align to particular businesses. People, when implementation, they'll change their processes to fit the software. And I don't think that serves the business well. Sometimes to run a business properly, you define these processes for your business. Your software should accommodate that, not the opposite. You shouldn't have to accommodate for the software. And there might be some situations where that might happen, but that is sort of, the pros and cons of buying something versus using something else. The other thing, and I'm sure you've run into this, is build something. And this is where you get the developers. We're going to go from ground up. We're going to get Visual Studio or Ruby on Rails or whatever product or development platform, and we're going to build something from completely ground up, and we're going to match our business processes exactly. And this sometimes is great. A developer will build the system in whatever platform, and it'll match the business. It'll go like pixel perfect, exactly how they want it to run. But it gets a little bit harder when businesses change. And they don't just change on kind of every few years. It's every few months, every few weeks, sometimes daily, something changes in your business processes, and you have to accommodate the change of software. Think of like if there's new tax rates. Think of something like if a pandemic happens, if that ever happens, you've got to change your business. People are now working from home. You have to adjust the software. This becomes expensive. And then there's also upgrade issues and other things like integrations. How do we do this? There's source code. Who owns this? How many people have heard the horror stories of you go into a customer, they have this customized system, and they're like, well, we can't make any changes because we have no idea where the developer is, and we have no idea where the source code is. Or if we've asked our old partner for the source code, and apparently we don't even own the source code. So this really becomes, kind of a problematic, and it also comes down to who owns that system. And that's not to say that we don't run into some of those same issues like with the Power Platform, which we'll get to, but again, these are some of these things that could be considered as we're going through choosing a business system. And then there's that whole use something familiar, something like Excel. And what's great about it is I can just go to my laptop, I fire up Excel, I start typing in my members, or I start typing in all my assets in my warehouse and that kind of thing. And it works. It's fast. It's familiar. Pretty much everybody knows how to use Excel. Or very quickly, I'm sure I could actually train my mom how to use Excel. She's almost 90, but it's not hard. You just start going in, you start filling in these cells, and you start tracking information. But it gets to be not really efficient because you start building multiple worksheets and trying to do things like that. Security always gets to be a little bit of an issue as well. Once you have multiple people looking at that spreadsheet, people accidentally deleting something. How does it scale? If you start getting millions upon millions of records, and sometimes there's compliance issues because you have different people accessing this and that kind of thing. So things to watch out for. So let's talk some scary stories. This is a true story. There was an organization that I was doing some work for. They were using Dynamic CRM. They're using it to manage a lot of their projects and stuff, but they had different pockets of groups doing few cowboy things. They were managing a grants application system using Excel. So they were getting government money that they had to redistribute for grants for a workplace subsidy. They were managing it in Excel. One day, someone was working on that spreadsheet that kept all that information, and they accidentally did save as, or actually no, they did save as on a completely different worksheet. And they actually chose that Excel sheet that contained all that data, and they hit OK and overwrote that Excel sheet. And then a few days later, it was discovered that, okay, all this data is gone, and then there was also this panic on backup, and suffice it to say, they had an on-prem system, and file backups were kind of sketchy, and they effectively lost about 3 or 4 months of data, which was pretty devastating. And I'm sure we all have sort of horror stories like that as well. Another horror story that I've heard too, system built in Access, and don't get me wrong, I love Access, like in late 90s, early 2000s to build apps. Access kind of was that precursor to some of these low-code applications, but that Access system was run on a desktop computer, and it was actually for a church. And they were using it to manage their memberships and the donations and things like that. And Their backups were on these things. Anybody know what these things are? These are not 3D printed models of the save button. Back in the old days, when I was like a younger man, we used to save our data on this stuff. So this is what's sort of happening, and then of course, disaster struck. And so again, this information was lost because they were backing it up on a floppy disk, but of course that was just sort of kept in the same spot. So there's all sorts of stories like this, and this is why I'm a big fan of the cloud. Like, data centers go down sometimes, but at the end of the day, Microsoft probably has a bazillion backups and redundancies and geolocation and things like that. So, solution, I like to say Power Platform. Again, I work for Microsoft, so I have to say that, but effectively these whole low-code, no-code platforms is cloud-based is kind of the way to go. We have all of these things that I talked about earlier. With the Power Platform, we have the data entity relationships tables now. I should fix that. Multi-user, web-based, with this user security, user interface, like all of this cool stuff that as a developer you don't need to worry about because it's already there. You don't have to worry about an automation system. You don't have to worry about building some of this user interface. Or, no, the user security and authentication stuff, it's already there. So the question comes, who can build Power Apps? Do we need to hire specialists like ourselves? Well, definitely a help, but at the end of the day, anybody with some set of skills can become a Power Apps, Power Platform developer. And I'm sure there's some of you in this room that have had no formal education in IT. You might have come from other areas within your organization and started building apps and then maybe moved on to consulting, developing, or maybe you're still doing this now. So it's kind of one of this very approachable, very good entry-level ways to get into the Power Platform and start building Power Apps. So I did promise we were going to have a little bit of demo. We're going to build a CRM app. Some of you, I'm sure some of you could go down and run this demo for me. Some of you are maybe new to the Power Platform and maybe you've never seen this before. Are you going to do the demo? Oh, sorry, you're just going to do this. Okay. It's like, oh, well, someone took me up on this. This is great. Cool. I don't know if you found that interesting. It's sort of something I keep cleaning out my shelf every so often. Like, should I toss this? And like, no, this has historical significance now. All right, so let's, I'm going to get out of PowerPoint and let's pop over to Power Platform. Can I still function without my glasses? That's the question every time I start doing stuff. So I'm in the make.powerapps.com. If you're new to the Power Platform, you can actually get a developer account where you can actually play around and build this stuff, and that the developer accounts don't expire. Or you can always spin up a trial as well. That gives you 30 days that you can extend to 60 days. But hopefully all of you have access to a Power Platform environment. First thing I'm going to do is talk about Dataverse. Dataverse is cool. I didn't really talk much about this before, but one of the cool things about Dataverse is, if you don't know this, is if you were to use something like SQL Server and you install it and you create a new database, it's effectively blank. There's nothing there. With Dataverse, Dataverse already has what we call the common data model. They already have some pre-built tables that sort of reflect a lot of business applications. Of course, a lot of this came from CRM, so something like accounts and contacts and activities. These types of things are already existing in Dataverse with, if you're building model-driven apps, which we will be doing, things like forms and views already sort of pre-configured. So already, a lot of that work is done for us as we go in and start building an app. Another thing I do, not everybody does this. You should do, if you don't do this, start doing this. If you're new to the Power Platform, let me tell you now, you should always do stuff in a solution. Solutions allow you to transport this from your dev, your test, your sandbox environments to your production environments, which also, don't build this on a production environment. You can actually spin up other, like I said, developer Dataverse environments, or set up trials or do different things. You can set up multiple environments in your tenant. Make sure you do your work in a sandbox or development type area. And for some of you, you're kind of like, yeah, we know, but others who are new may not know this yet. So this is why I sort of mentioned that. Create a new solution. I'm going to call this CRM version 2022. Or actually, no, 2022. Name, select a publisher. Did I set one up already? I'm going to create a new publisher as well, just so we kind of identify who did it, and the prefix. If we don't do that, we could still do this without the publisher, but then everything would be CR something something underscore. And we would create a new version number and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to pick my publisher now that I've created it. And let's just create that. So now we're creating the solution. All the solution really is a bucket to transport stuff with. So I've created that. So right now we have no assets in our solution. That's fine. But what we want to do is we want to create an app. So here's the apps. We don't have anything there. Let's create a new app. Create an app. Now I can create different apps here, Canvas app, model-driven app. This is where some of the Microsoft naming is going to get a little confusing. We can create a page that's sort of, the model-driven and the Canvas apps are converging a little bit. We talk about Power Pages, that's a different thing. Again, Microsoft likes to reuse, recycle some namings to keep things on our toes. Anyways, we're going to choose a model-driven app. What's cool about model-driven apps for Power Apps is a lot of that user interface is already predefined for us. We don't need to actually worry about things. Now, the thing is about a model-driven app, once you've seen one, you've seen them all. If you've seen Dynamics CRM, or eventually now Dynamics 365 and customer engagement apps, they're also model-driven apps. So from a user training perspective, once they know how to navigate one of these apps, they can kind of figure it out for all the other apps. I'm just going to call this CRM 22. If I had more time, I'd put a description. So I'm sure all of you kind of skip over that are building apps, probably skip over these description and these little documentation fields. I try to fill in something here, not so much for someone else, but more for my future self. It's like 6 months down the road, I'm kind of like, what was I thinking here? What was I doing here? It was sort of like, so that's why it's always kind of good to fill in some of these descriptions. But this is a demo, so I'm not going to. And what I'm basically doing now is I'm basically creating that foundation for my model-driven app. And the reason why we have some of these cycling delays and things is because for this particular demo, I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself, so I slowed it down specifically so everyone could keep up. So now that we're in our app, we can start kind of beginning to add things. So I'm going to, we could either like add a page, do a few other things. I think I'm going to change the resolution just a little bit. I'm going to add a page. When we're building model-driven apps, we can start with our classic table of base view and form. Now, these kind of apps sound kind of boring, and they kind of are, but they are very functional. I could also have done a dashboard or done a custom thing. The custom thing is when we could start to be into merge in the Canvas apps and do some more advanced stuff. That's a topic for another day. So I'm going to stick with that table of base view and form. And remember I said earlier about the Dataverse coming with a common data model, we could begin to pick some of these tables that already exist. In a typical CRM system, we have things like accounts and contacts and activities. So I'm going to choose account, activity, and contact, which I'm going to scroll down. Pick that, add that. And now we see on the side, we have these things in our app. And that is pretty much about it that I really need to worry about now. So I can actually save the app. And now I can go in and clean this up a bit and rename some of those groupings and areas and topics. But if you're in a situation where you're working with a customer that they're considering to spend a ton of money on another CRM system, and you can quickly show them something like this within a matter of, how long did that take me, 10 minutes maybe? Oh, I got to publish this as well. Publish. Again, keeping it slow so everybody can keep up. That little spinny thing. Reflect. What are we working on? What's our next step? All right. We've now published. It's doing some preview here so you can kind of see what you got going on. And I'm just going to play my app now. No, I do not want to switch. I want to stay this profile. I'm going to sign in. Authentication. How many people saw me develop an authentication system when I'm building this app? I didn't need to do it. It was already there. Sign in. User interface. I didn't spend any time on user interface. I now have a list of my data. I have the different things here. I have the accounts, the activities. Now, to be fair, when I provisioned this, I did provision it with sample data, so that's why we're seeing some records here. But I can just go into any of these records, and there's my account information. It's using the form that was supplied out of the box. I have things like phone calls there. But effectively, I just built a CRM system in under 10 minutes with the existing pieces of the Power Platform. Now, of course, don't start sending out contracts saying you're going to build a CRM system in an hour and only charge them an hour's worth of time. You know, there's a lot of other planning and things like that too, but the whole idea here is something like this to develop from the ground up, like 20 years ago, would have taken like weeks, if not months of development time to build this with the authentication, with the security, with the different reporting and dashboards and things like that. So this is one of these cool things about the Power Platform that I really like, especially in the model-driven apps, is you can build systems, and especially if someone's expecting like a CRM system or something like that. So for this customers in particular, they had pretty much exactly what they wanted already, and they didn't even know it. Now, to be fair, that being said though, there might be times where Dynamics 365 definitely makes sense. So I'm going to go back to PowerPoint. That's my afternoon's PowerPoint, so come check that out. So we just built an app, and it was all dependent on time of how much. But basically, accounts, contacts, activities, donations. If I had more time, I would have added another donation table. I would have added some fields, things like that. And again, that could have been very easy. We could also add the forms and the views and then add those to the app, and away we go. But what we could do is once we sort of show this to our customer, we could go back and add this later very easily. It's all iterative. Or we could actually, or I don't even have to do it, get someone else to do it, because again, we're kind of following the standard practices. So that whole concept of that developer that moves off to the backwoods of Alaska and we have no idea how to modify the system, this is widely known, this is widely documented how to do this. Of course, we have other things. We could export that data to Excel if someone wanted to get it into an Excel spreadsheet, and that's fair. We could even use something like Power Automate directly within our app as part of the Dataverse solution to do an email alert to finance every time there's a donation over a certain amount or that kind of thing. There's a lot more you could do with that, like generate PDFs, send out emails, a lot of automation there with the Power Automate. But sometimes maybe you do need Dynamics 365, and again, this is part of why I wanted to make sure that disclaimer was there, because I would hate for word to get back to my boss saying, well, someone from Microsoft said we didn't need to buy Dynamics 365 ever again. That's not true. Again, if you're into sales, marketing, you have customer service, you have finance operations, commerce, human resources, insights, Microsoft has a lot of great tools, so you don't have to spend time configuring a whole bunch of stuff from the ground up. What's cool about it is it's still built in the Power Platform, so you can make those adjustments to fit the business. I was always a big fan of fitting the software to fit the business, not change the business to fit the software. And that's why working over the years with Dynamics 365 and more of these traditional projects, it was always good because a lot of those tools were there. We could focus on those things which make the end users happy, which makes their lives easier. Not only that, Microsoft already also has a set of industry solutions. So just sort of be aware of those. I think some of these have changed, might have dropped off or added on depending, but I know, for instance, I did a bit of work about a year ago on the healthcare cloud, which is using a lot of the same technology. So there are some other apps, templates out there. So if you have a specific industry, you don't, again, have to build from ground up, and you can start going through, and they have other aspects, so you can pick and choose the pieces that you want and configure that. The other thing, if you're using Microsoft Teams, maybe, I'm sure most people know this by now, but you could build Power Apps within Teams. It will actually have a smaller version of Dataverse in terms of size. You can't, at this time, and maybe someone correct me if I'm wrong, you cannot do the model-driven apps within Teams, but you can do Canvas apps with Teams. Canvas apps are great. You have to do a little bit more work that's involved in terms of sizing out everything, but still, you can do this in Teams, and it's included as part of the Teams license. So again, you don't have to necessarily do additional licensing, and if you get to the point, you can upgrade this and migrate this out. So I would sort of, for those of you who are building apps, keep going. For those of you new to the Power Platform or considering this as a career choice, start building apps. Like, you know, start building apps to keep track of your comic book collection or something like that, just to get practice and sort of get those skills built, and you can apply those to businesses. I can tell you, and boast of, you know, probably for those of you who might be independent consultants or have worked for other companies, I think we all have pretty good careers. I don't want to speak too much out of turn, but I think financially, I think we probably do pretty well in this industry, and there's still tons of opportunity out there. So if you're new, just graduating, I highly recommend. This is pretty good. Even if you're graduating, if you're not so big on college or university, you go to high school and you get some skills, you could go down this. Now again, don't go back to your parents, because I don't want to hear from my boss, and I don't want to hear from them either. But this is pretty cool stuff. This has been my career for 20 years. I absolutely love it, and still continue to love it moving forward. So that kind of sums up everything. I know this presentation was probably a little bit different than maybe what some of you were expecting. I hope that's okay. Again, thanks to the sponsors for making this happen. I'm around here. Actually, is there any other? We have time. We have about 4 minutes for questions. Yeah.
So, it just might be me, but one of the previous slides you showed that sort of whether you choose Dynamics 365 or Power Apps.
Mm-hmm.
You said sometimes you will choose Dynamics 365, and one of the points was sales. But my question, you said then you could have the functionality of Power Apps or Power Platform to do that. So could you give me an example if I was to use Dynamics 365 sales module, what kind of functionality could I add to that with Power Apps?
Oh, you mean like what? Sorry, what it? So the question is, what functionality could you add to existing sales, for example? So think about, so the sales module has things like leads and opportunities, and there is a bit of, like, you can do quotes and things like that. But let's say you have a very, let's say you're doing work for an organization that has a very unique procurement process. It needs to go through approvals or that kind of thing. There is some of that functionality, but maybe you want to have to integrate to another order entry system and that kind of thing. These are types of things where you would extend sales. You could extend sales into that. Maybe the reporting is a little bit differently. You report on different timings, or if you put in an opportunity and you want to do forecasting, as opposed to just a lump sum, you want to actually do an opportunity on a subscription. So you can start doing some other customization that your opportunity is now broken down into like one for the next 12 months kind of thing. And do forecasting that way and kind of break out that opportunity entity out of the box and make that extended. Or you can just add other fields and that kind of thing, or add other approvals and that kind of stuff. Like, again, it's sort of like every business, every organization I've dealt with, especially like membership organizations, everybody does everything completely different than the other one. Whereas like accounting, if you're doing an accounting system, debits always equal credits. So whether you're running a lemonade stand or a multi-billion-dollar corporation, at the end of the day, the accounting principles are kind of the same. But for a CRM system or a Power App, it could be widely different. So I mean, that's just sort of one example. Definitely all the modules. I think anybody here that works in Dynamics 365 could probably come up off the top of their head a few different examples of how they've extended Dynamics 365. So, a good question. Anybody else? I guess it's lunchtime, so enjoy. Thank you very much for coming to my staff.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session. I can talk louder than you guys. Mental health, you and me, and the Power Platform. It's a session that obviously we're all planning to do it in. February, and if I'm honest, I probably wasn't ready in February, and if they'd extended it to October, I wouldn't have been ready for it in October as well. So I could just kind of, this is an unusual session for me, and as you'll see in a bit, now, before I start, I'm going to like to thank the sponsors. You've all hopefully had a nice lunch, and that will be thanks to at least one of the sponsors. So our main sponsor, Microsoft, HSO, Proximo 3, Docs 42, PwC, and Applied Information Sciences. So thank you to our main sponsors, and also thank you to our gold sponsors and the sponsors of the various lunches and things that have gone on. This is me. I am an ex-accountant. I'm a trainer, YouTuber, a consultant developer, and for the purposes of this session, sometimes I'm not okay. Sometimes I'm really not okay, and I'm going to use this session to perhaps explore it. So last night when, I'll do the overview in a minute. Last night, it'll come on to this in a moment, but last night I went into the hotel room and I thought, there's something wrong with this presentation. I can't quite work out what it is. And it was only then that I realized that most presentations that we run have answers. They have, oh, you should do this, and this'll work, and oh, look at me, look at how I got over this thing. Well, the bad news is that I'm probably not over it at all, so I'm kind of in the middle of it. So, and I think because of that, I think that meant that the structure of the presentation was, it kept on bouncing around. I'm still okay with it, but I just thought it was quite interesting to work with an unsolved problem as far as this presentation is concerned. So from the point of view of an overview, the way in which I've done this, on most of the slides there's an image on there, and there's also a little quote, and the idea is just a nice sort of an image that maybe connects us to the words that are on there, and also a little sort of a mindfulness quote, something to give you a little bit to think about. Maybe when you're trying to get yourself back connected with the presentation. So I'm going to do, roughly speaking, I'm going to talk about why talking about mental health is important, a bit about neurodiversity. Now, this wasn't in the presentation until about an hour ago, and actually I didn't really know what neurodiverse meant, and when I then Googled it, because what else do you do in these situations, I then thought, actually, yeah, well, unfortunately, that's probably me in that case. So great, I've got a label now. I don't know what I'm going to do with that, but you know, but I think that the tracks that have been, I've kind of gone down a bit of an accessibility track, which has been really interesting from the perspective of this event. And so thank you to the Scottish Summit for even having that as part of the content of this conference. I'm going to do a bit about journeys, because I'm on my journey and I want to give you an opportunity maybe to think about you and your journey and where you are with that. I'm going to talk about how the Power Platform can impact on mental health, some mental health resources, so we start to move out of the Power Platform. And as I say, we've got the mindfulness comments and demos along the way. I just think it's a little bit of fun to do the demos. So, do you know what? As soon as I put this slide and put that picture in, you're all trying to solve that thing now, aren't you? Yeah, you're all. Do you know what I should have done with this, though? What I should have done was just put a line that stops you from getting to the end, because if that was my brain, it would have a line somewhere which meant I couldn't get to the end. So that's why this session was difficult to prepare. I have generalized anxiety disorder. It's a bit of a jackpot kind of mental health condition. It just means that, like most things, stress me out. and it can be really specific, it can be sometimes a bit general, you don't quite know when it's going to come, and it's kind of one of those things that your doctor will say, well, it's not that, it's not this, it's not the other, well, it's probably this in that case, like, great. But I kind of think it is a thing, yeah, like I say, I'm supposed to solve the problem in this presentation, but sorry, the best I can do is talk about it and discuss coping mechanisms along the way. I like this one here, by the way. Breathe in for 4, out for 6. Try it at some point. It's kind of nice. So I wanted to do a little demo kind of early on. Every day I get 2 emails. I get other emails, but I get 2 emails that are sent to me from Flow. Now, the first one is an email where I've got this little, everything's in Dataverse, and I've got this little table which has got loads of people's names and a category associated with it. So what the flow does, it goes into that category and goes, okay, well, it could be my mother-in-law's carers, because she has carers that change every 2 weeks, and I don't never quite know their names. I'm terrible at remembering names. So I have an email that comes through, and it just picks a category and says, hey, these people are in that category. And so I get those things come through. I won't show you that one because it's just a list of people's names, but I find it quite useful to on a daily basis be reinforced with these people's names. And similarly, there's an email that I get to do with activities. So they're things that I kind of want to remember. And I really like this one. I've just kind of glibly called it future events. But essentially what it does is if I have an event on the day, it appears in the top section, and then any future events after that appear further on down. And what it means is that if I'm, because the nature of the sort of generalized anxiety disorder does also impact on sleep, which affects memory and all that sort of thing. So by reinforcing these things that are important to me, using the Power Platform. Oh, that's not even on there. Apologies. Where's that gone? Yeah. So, yeah, by reinforcing these things, then I get to remember things more easily. And I kind of find it useful. And I know that things are useful when I A, look at them, and B, don't turn them off. And this one here, I rather like. I definitely would, kind of go back to that. So I'm going to pop that down there. Back to the presentation. Current slide. From current slide. This is the joys of, yeah, we've done that. Mental health statistics. Do you know what? I kind of think that, we can talk about what the statistics are like, but there's a very good chance that if you're watching this and you've got a level of interest in it, then you probably know that it's a thing, that people can have mental health conditions and so on. But the statistics from mine suggest that 1 in 4 people have a kind of diagnosable condition each year, and they have a kind of more common condition, probably like anxiety or depression, so on, 1 in 6 each week. Sounds like quite a lot to me. And then I'm just talking about why we should talk about mental health now. Actually, I'd quite like to do a show of hands, if that's okay, of people that know of someone with something that you'd probably describe as a mental health condition. So it could be 1, 2, 3 people. It could just be one person. So I certainly know. So in terms of the room, it's pretty well. We've probably almost got to 100% of the people in this room. So you could almost like jump over this slide. It's just like, well, do you know what? If you got 100% hit rate, then it probably is worth talking about, even if I don't do a great job of it. Now, I kind of posit the argument that it's kind of the only health, and the reason I suggest that is that my mother-in-law, she can't walk anymore. She's got really terrible eyesight, but her mental health is actually pretty good. She's got all sorts. She's in and out of the doctors like nobody's business. But her mental health is good, and I think that mental health colours your view of the whole world. I think because the world has gone hybrid now, in terms of much more remote working, I think that is a factor in things, and I think that we've done it so quickly, just ridiculously quickly, that we haven't really caught up with what the consequences might be and so on. I'm kind of going to suggest we've maybe overdone the online experience. I was talking to some people the other day, and these sometimes you do training and you just got like 8 dots on a screen, and you've basically talked to a wall for an hour and a half. I mean, that's kind of I don't know. Would you choose to get someone to do that and then think they were okay at the end of it? I mean, and sometimes you literally get no response at all. And so yeah, maybe I think we probably haven't got the etiquette right on that. And obviously, many people have had difficult times, specifically roundabout now. And I'm talking COVID, I'm talking about inflation, I'm talking about the Ukraine war, just the environment, what is happening to the world's environment is another thing. I don't want to trigger anyone, but every time I look at this, it stresses me out. So I'm going to move off this really quickly. I kind of want to talk about it because I want to normalize my specific experience. And kind of help others to kind of, I think that, I saw Sarah's session the other day about how she'd had cancer, and it was very powerful, and it's certainly going to stay with me for quite a while, and I'll sort of unpack it as I go through. But certainly what I want to do is to be able to help people, others, and be open with my own issues. I've done it now, so right, you can all get on Twitter and and I specifically want to show you how Power Platform can hurt, and also how it can help. And that's why I've jumped in straight away with the demos. Some anecdotes here, just feeding in with things. I thought it was really interesting that we got some swag from Microsoft recently, and it was like a music device, what do you call it, Bluetooth speaker, and a rug. Well, that's not going to get you to do Azure functions, is it? I mean, so I think there's a little message in there to say that actually they think that we should, where would you go with a rug? Well, you're not going to be in your bedroom, are you really? So you're probably going to go out. And actually, the music thing's really cool. But I just think it's just a little indication of where people are thinking about these things. I think the accessibility and the mental health focus of this specific summit, I think these guys are ahead of the game. If I'm honest, they've always been ahead of the game. RHS Chelsea, they did sanctuary gardens. They also did these, I'm not sure what they call them, these gardens in these boxes. They were really small, but you could imagine that being your, a study area and so on. But they specifically had lots of those, and it just made me think, what they're trying to do is point towards people. I thought that's said something to me about that. I think the impact on our children. My daughter is doing her A-levels. Most of her peers have literally never sat an exam before. That's kind of weird, isn't it? So they've got this. Doing their A-levels, I've never even sat an exam before. It's just kind of, it's tough. William and Kate did something where they went on all the radio stations and talked about mental health. It was literally a minute where they interrupted all the radio stations. It was quite interesting. And I think that also this shift back, there is a slight shift back to office working where we've recognised that being at home the whole time is kind of tough. And also people changing their careers in this time because they probably worked out that they weren't happy with what they were doing in the first place. So working remotely, just a few things around working remotely, really. If we don't manage things, we may not go out. We may not see other people. We may be isolated, and I kind of mean that by you may not even be chatting with someone in your organisation. We may struggle through these technical points. That's probably something that's, and you're just there and you're struggling away and it's just not working, is it? you know. And you can have much more misinterpreted communications when all you're doing is digital communications, emails. You know, next minute you email, then you've got a Teams thread going on and so on, and you know the lines of communication can be poor. You can have people maybe on Teams chats, but they don't share their face. You don't quite know what's going on. The multiple communication stream, and you may just be doing too much work. And you know, finally, that kind of may mean that we're less mindful. The reason I've got this little section here is I then kind of go on and talk about my journey, but I want to first of all just say, well, it's not really about my journey. It's just about sort of this idea of superimposing your own journey onto something and then thinking about your journey in the context of mine, I guess. So why journeys matter? We're all on one, so it's nice to think that you might be in like a film that's kind of got a nice, you have the challenge bit, and then you have, and then you beat the monster or whatever, and then you get to the end, and it's all nice, and it's all nicely, packaged. But of course, we're just within a journey. We're only ever within a journey, and you do have ups and downs. We know about that, and I think that now, there are times when you have control. But there are times when you don't have control, and it's important to recognise that the times when you do have control, and when you don't. It sounds really obvious, but if you're making a fundamental decision about your life, then it does matter that you. And actually, maybe there are times when you've got more control than you think, that the thing that you say you can't do, actually you do have control. And we'll see that hopefully later on. In fact, if I forget it. So in my case, actually, no, we'll come on to that later. So, and the other thing about journeys is that we can continually reinvent ourselves. And that's, and a lot of people that have come into the Power Platform aren't developers. They and to my mind, I think a developer is someone who's gone through a more formal education as a developer. Or maybe they've started relatively early in their career, and that's kind of all they've done. But I kind of feel as if a developer is not someone maybe who used to be a teacher and did like really great Excel spreadsheets or something. So decisions we make, the decision we make shape our life and our mental health. And that is the fundamental thing about these decisions that we make. If I don't come on to it later, the thing I do want to make sure comes out of this presentation is that when you make a decision and you then introduce the idea of how will it affect my mental health, sometimes that decision can be an easier decision to make because you go, oh, well, that'll definitely make it worse. And you go, well, don't do it then. Don't have to do it. So this is my Power Platform journey. 2016, after many years of accountancy, I decided to stop. I decided to not make that extra Excel spreadsheet and send it out like I did the month before, and the month before that, and the month before that. And my children's children were going to take on the role of being the owner of the spreadsheet that ran the business. So I ended accountancy, but actually, weirdly enough, I was doing Power Query within Excel, and that kind of leads you into Power BI quite nicely, actually. And so I then, I was the only person in Buckinghamshire who had Power BI on their CV at that point in time. So I ended up joining Biffa, and whilst I was there, I made this. So go over time here. I made this Power BI report, which was the poppy finder, because we were buying a poppy at the time. And this is serious. And so I had a map of the UK with all these puppies, and you could have Labradors and all this stuff and things, and it had colours depending on how old the dog was, because you get the data source told you when they were born, but actually you pick up the dog 8 weeks later and so on. So, but it was actually only one of 2 Power BI reports on the Biffa tenant at the time, and I kind of thought, well, that's Puppy Finder. I didn't think was what they should have on their thing. So what I did was I made my own my own Microsoft tenant, because, what's a tenant? I don't know, it's a drink, isn't it? So I made a Microsoft tenant, and then other things started to light up, like Power Apps, and then you had this thing called SharePoint, and there was a button. You just hit the button, and it made a Power App anyway. Anyway, I don't want to dwell too much on this. So I decided that I wanted to go to do consultancy, because I kind of felt that the way in which I was employed in Biffa was one where I was paid as an employee but treated like a contractor. So I kind of thought, well, this isn't. What's the point of that? You might as well just be a contractor. And I kind of thought that there was. It seemed like a good idea at the time. And it did, and around that time, my father-in-law had died as well, and I felt that this was like a tipping point. Like I'd had to, this didn't seem like something that was going to create great things for me. And then I was vlogging and training and so on, and so I joined the Parliamentary Digital Service, and brought Power Apps and Flow, as it was called then, and then carried on doing more contracting. Started off Power Platform Learn.academy and the Power Apps for Kids group, and then more recently in 2021 I joined a Microsoft partner, and as of Monday I will be joining CPS. Woohoo! And along that journey of, I think most recently the move to CPS has probably been the one that I've thought about the most deeply in terms of mental health and so on, and how that would, work, for me. But I think maybe that's really to my point about saying, like, if you make decisions and you put mental health first, you're more likely to get a result that gives you better mental health. It won't always work, and I don't know what it's going to do. And that's where I put the question mark. Like, all I know is we're on a journey. Yeah. Well, I'll have some nice shoes next time I see Roy Moore. So, observations from my journey. Learning to say no as well. I've actually got a slide about learning to say no and yes, and this is really, really important. If you take anything else away from this presentation, it's about saying no, about how saying no is sometimes an important thing to do. Put off learning until you're ready. There's just so much stuff to learn that if you wanted to get to the end of it, you just wouldn't get to the end of it, because as you learn something, you'll learn there's some other thing that you don't know, and so on. And in terms of generalized anxiety disorder, it's a very uncomfortable place to be. So I have to kind of time my run in terms of learning. I try and bucket it in a particular way where maybe I build a whole thing that then works. Maybe use AI Builder to then bring in the photos and then do the analysis and then move on. And then you just leave it. It's a proper solution. It kind of works, and then you move on. So putting off learning until you're ready is really, really important. Don't learn everything. And I think we're now at the point with the Power Platform, we probably have been there for a little bit now, where you can't know everything. So are you a Power Platform solution architect? Well, the chances, yes, there are, but there probably aren't people that are genuinely expert in Power BI, Power Apps. And bear in mind, Power Apps is actually model-driven apps. It's Canvas apps. It was, until quite recently, portals as well. Being you just can't know everything. So I think that's one for the future. The community, they are like properly amazing. They are literally the most amazing thing. And so, look, you guys already know this because you're here. So, but hopefully a few people looking on YouTube and so on, maybe they, that's, you really shouldn't be just working in your own little box. Oh wow, I'm gonna have to race now. Not too bad. Record your learning experience. That is so important. And later on, I'll show you my little NAF app that I made to record everything I learn. And sometimes it is the thing I learn is really trivial. It is really small, and there are some quite neat ways in which I use it. But that record your learning experience is really important. It is frankly a glorified Excel spreadsheet, but it's not an Excel spreadsheet. Don't leave the room and ring them up. Play the long game. You don't have to. This is part of that don't learn everything, but just take your time. And it is okay to not be okay. And also, finally, ask for help, which is a little bit like use the community. And finally, there are only a few true experts in the field. There are experts specifically in Power BI that only know about Power BI, for example. And so if you position yourself to be as good as the best person you've seen, then you're going to fail. Not only that is that whenever you watch something they've done, you don't know that they spent 4 weeks on that. You're just thinking, oh, crumbs, I'll never be able to do that. So, so these just ways of sort of saying, hey, you're not as bad as you first thought. And if you're not 100% today, you're not alone. So, Power Platform making us less well. This is the slide that Microsoft doesn't want me to show. Okay, why would it make us feel less well? Because it's massive. It's really big. And they're doing a great job with it, by the way. It's just, victims of their own success and so on. It is new. So maybe that's a good thing. You don't have any junk from 2001 to worry about. But you do have a lot of change. And so if you do find a video from 2018, well, chances are it won't look like that anymore. It does keep changing. So Power BI, you get your monthly updates. Like most recently, they brought in this thing called field parameters, which is totally game-changing. It's probably one that shouldn't be called field parameters because it just doesn't sound anything like what it is. But it's a total game-changer. But unlike when I first started with Power BI, you didn't have the ability to have buttons. You couldn't navigate between one screen and another screen. Now, I don't know, anyone normal would want to be able to do that. But it's just a reflection of where the product was at that time. The products are loosely coupled, which means that this particularly in terms of Power BI, it doesn't just necessarily neatly mesh. But that's part of the power of the platform. So it's not like you bought an actual product where it's version 1.1 and then in a year's time you get 1.2. And it's these products are just changing all the time. And so you can mix and match how you use them. So for example, the emails, it's just a flow and a data first table. But whereas and it's a model driven app. But with my training notes, it's a Power App and a Dataverse table. But there's no flow element to it. There could be, but Power Platform can be hard. Sorry, sometimes it's just really hard. Doing running totals in Power BI or something like that, and you're thinking, oh crumbs, it's that blooming calculate formula again, isn't it? Some things don't work or are discontinued because they're just rubbish. So content packs in Power BI, for example, they were just really strange. Or they had rules in Power Apps. There were these slightly bizarre things. I don't even know if you could change them after you put them in. They were really weird. and they now sit in the discontinued area. So for the most part, the things do work, and I can't think of many changes that they have made that haven't made things better. But sometimes, they're on a journey too. Sometimes what seems simple is complex. So that daily email that I send to myself, okay, it uses Dataverse, but then I create a tiny model-driven app and with views, and with the view I then went to fetch XML because I picked that up and I put that into the code to write to pull in the correct records and so on. But actually, 2 months ago, I didn't know what fetch XML was. I didn't know it was even a thing. And I didn't know that you had to go within the model-driven app to Advanced Editor to get the thing. But actually, since 2 weeks ago, you can actually do that from within the view. There's a little download thing now. But it's that thing that if, with the general anxiety disorder, did I really think about, was this the right thing for me? I probably should have just literally, I don't know, what would be a good job for someone with general anxiety disorder? Probably just moving plates from one place to another, I don't know.
Pillow tester.
Pillow tester. It's cognitively demanding, really demanding. So if you think about a Canvas app, I'm going to go over. If you think about a Canvas app, then you've got data, you've got a user experience. You're going to have to think about how someone is going to get one from one place to another. You can think about, I don't know, high contrast, all those different things. That's loads of skills in one little. And you're supposed to and you're an expert, and you're supposed to know about Power BI as well. So it's cognitively demanding. And most trainers aren't trainers. Sorry, they're just people that like to geek out about it. And some are better than others, and some are just, some are wanting to impress you with their knowledge, and and others just like awesomeness. And training materials are often unstructured. So, oh wow, I got 2 slides on this. So the writing got smaller and smaller. Licensing is, I'm not going to do licensing, okay? Outsiders assume they know how it works. Oh, well, that app that you demoed just then took 3 minutes. So, well, that'll probably take you about an hour to do this job then. Decisions makers may be stuck in the past on their Excel spreadsheets. But that's the fact of the matter is that's where they've come from, so moving them on can be a challenge. Citizen developer, pro developer, that conversation, not all of the Power Platform stuff is pro dev. It's getting much, much better. So I'm going to have to dash through this now. We may not know all the possibilities. Best practice may not be available. There are some great people out there like Matt Devaney establishing what he thinks best practice is good. And if you look at his posts, they're really amazing, really well thought out, and he always seems to pick the right subject. And Microsoft are on a journey. That's why they keep changing the various products. And we are getting there. I genuinely think it's better. Anxiety. I'm only going to do 1 slide on this. It's indiscriminate. It just goes, hey, I'm back. Look at that thing over there. Let's stress about that today. It's very powerful. It can misfire. It can just stress about why am I shaking? Oh, I'm stressing about something. I don't even know what happened then. It wasn't made for a digital world. You shouldn't really have a fight or flight reaction to a custom connector or something, and it can literally kind of go a bit out of control. So a piece of advice on stress is that, yes, you may be stressed with something, you may get triggered, but you shouldn't always blame the trigger. It may not be how someone said something or whatever it is. It's not necessarily their fault. It's just you just being a bit weird. Not you, me. And it can be a massive driver for change. But the canary is nice. They used to take them down the mines, and if they kind of stopped, if they stopped chirping, then they would it's time to go back up because there's no more oxygen. It's quite nice looking, isn't it? So I kind of feel like it's an early warning system. So I think that although it is generally misfires, it is also something that gives me a message. So if you're feeling anxious about something, you should perhaps maybe listen to it a little bit, So as I say, for me, it's an early warning system. It might be just look at an app or something, and you think, oh, why do I hate this app? And it may be that you need to move things across or whatever it is. Demos. Now, I'm not going to do this demo, but I'm just going to tell you about it. So I had this idea about my sleep, and I would wake up and I would think about stuff for ages. So I'd wake up really early, and I thought, oh, God. And I thought, well, what I want to do is I want to stop being up for as long. I want to make sure I get out and do something more quickly. But I also don't want to have an app on a phone that I have to open up. So what I did was I created a dataverse table, and I got a flick button, and I create a record within there. So I click it in the morning when I can, and I click it, and then what I also do is click it when I then get up. And the purpose of it was to kind of create these records that tell me when I woke up and how long it took me to wake up. And I didn't want to obsess about it, so I can just hit the button, twice, and it updates the record, So it uses flow, and it's kind of effectively conditional about whether it has previously been clicked and so on. But it tells me how, and it uses, as I say, Power Automate, XML, all that sort of stuff. But it was quite a useful way of knowing how long it took me. So I've got a little target in my head that if I can only do it for 15 minutes, I'll probably be okay. But much longer than that, then it's not great. By the way, I've been up at 200 minutes before, but I'm not going to demo that. Sleep advice. This is really good, actually. So basically, 10 hours before bed, don't drink any more caffeine. 3 hours before bed, don't have a main meal, anything more than 3 hours before you get to bed. 2 hours before bed, stop work. 1 hour before bed, I don't know what that was. 1 hour before bed, you should be reducing your screen time or kind of not having screen time, and that's it. It's the 10-3-2-1 rule. So that's a bit of sleep advice there. That's because my battery's low. This could be a short presentation. With you in a minute. Close. But Power Platform helping us. This is the bit that we should really get onto. So, let's check time. Okay, I'm at time, aren't I? Okay. Power Platform helping us. What is this thing doing? No. What is this thing doing? Sorry. That is a proper malfunction, isn't it? It's flexible. I think that's a good start. It's scalable, like properly scalable. You can have millions of transactions, for example. There's a rich connector framework. It has proper languages like M and DAX and PowerFX, so really useful languages, and comes with its own database, which just means that your ability to be successful and package your solutions is really good. And there is an application lifecycle management pathway and an amazing community. And how it helps me is that I keep my training notes on there. So I'm running out of time here. So what I do with my training notes is I create a little app. It's just literally, it's almost an out-of-the-box app. And what I do with it is if I want to learn something later, I just prefix it with TIDKY, things I don't know now, something like that. See, things I don't know yet. And then when I'm ready to learn, I just filter it to the TIDKY, and then I go, okay, well, I'm gonna pick you off, and you off, and you off. but it means that I can find out about something and just record it really quickly with a URL to wherever it needs to go to, and then just pick it up later on. And then sometimes I've got another one where I've got revelations, so things that I think, oh my God, I can't believe I didn't know that. And so I can just search them up and so on. And like I've got more than 500 of these things. So and then I can refer back to them. So if I want to do a date dimension, I'll just go and type in dim date in there. It just filters it. I get my date dimension, copy, paste, boom. You know, and I've used it many times. So training notes, my course presentation app. You'll see a little bit of that later on. I've got a Power BI report, which I just think that creating Power BI reports, you should do it with something interesting, not something boring. And the football results is kind of cool. I keep my passwords in a little app because it's nice and easy to do. You've seen the makeup monitor, and there's the events reminder, which we've seen already. Demos. I'm not going to show you the training notes. Oh, this is really important. So learning to say yes and no. So it is about personal comfort levels. So and it is also about boundary setting. The one thing I want to do is, in the context of I've had a period of time off between my last role and the current one, I had an opportunity to do maybe about 3 or 4 weeks of work, and it would have been paid work. I'd have got plenty of money and all that sort of thing. And I actually said no. I said, I know what's going to happen here. I know that I'm going to deeply regret this. And I thought, what? And this was my time when I thought, I am choosing mental health. I'm just going to choose mental health. It was, and when I kind of overlaid it with, will it help your mental health? I thought, no, it won't help my mental health. It'll just be rubbish. So I just said no to it. So I'll just dash across there. And I do want to show you what I did when I said no. So, because it was kind of fun. Where's this gone? There we are. What I did when I said no. This is just part of my course. So I took my mother-in-law to Clifton House. Went to the Chelsea Flower Show. That was the public's most popular gardener. Helped my dad in the garage. He wanted to make some shelving. I played Dungeons and Dragons. Really good fun, actually. I laid some AstroTurf in my garden. It's lovely, actually. It was watched Wickham lose at Wembley. I went to Comic-Con in London. And I helped out in a cafe. But actually, from a mental health point of view, I made a very good choice there. Oops. So how are we doing? Current slide. Oh, there we are. So, mindfulness. Now, I do want to do, different things that you can use for mindfulness purposes. Headspace and so on. And I want to show you one grounding technique. I love it. And it's the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 technique. So you go 5 things that you can see. Here isn't a great place for it because you're going to see a few people. 4 things you can hear. Take your time with it. 3 things that you can touch. 2 things that you can smell. And then 1 thing that you can taste. And it could be in that moment when you're really not feeling great, it could be a really useful technique for you. It's, so professional resources, it's important to know that there are professional resources. Okay, you've got charities like mine, it could be your own doctor, it could be professional bodies, your own HR department may have things, and there are apps that are they're sort of semi-professional, if you like. BBC Sounds is very good because they have things as well. And then personal resources, so talking to a friend, going for a walk, actually meditating. I'm really rubbish at it, but I should do it more. And actually listening to music is very good, which is another thing I don't do enough of. At 3 o'clock, they do have they've got a session coming up on level 9, and it's something to do with mental health. If you do want to do the course that I created, so I didn't manage to talk about it, but one of the things that I did is I made a course, because I wanted structure and all that sort of thing, I created a course on power apps, because I was so frustrated with all of the content that was out there and I was sleeping so badly. And so I created this course, and I thought it'd be quite a long course. I thought it'd be about 200 lessons long, videos. And as it turns out, it's over 300 lessons long, but it's all kind of citizen dev stuff. So if you do want to kind of, if you want to do that course, then you could head there. And yeah, any questions? And I'll just do a few closing remarks. Any questions? Anybody got any ways that they relax?
So I love Lego. I've tried the mindfulness apps. It doesn't do anything. Sitting down with a Lego, following instructions.
Brilliant.
Not having that flexibility is boom, you just do that.
Excellent.
Everything else off.
Is it expensive?
That's the only downside.
One of the things I love doing, someone said to me doing like a journaling practice is really good for mental health, but I never have anything that I want to write there. But what I do is I like to hang on to little things, like I'll hang on to this bag
Yes.
from Scottish Summit, and rather than have a box full of stuff, I stick them in the journal.
That is good. Yeah. Any questions? Oh, hi.
I bake a new recipe.
Oh, that's good.
And with time you become a good baker.
Yeah.
And the results are guaranteed and good. People like
Yeah.
I dispute that.
So a time check. Oh, we're good for time.
Just actually, you follow the routine, and anything you care is your cake,
Yeah.
right? And then it takes your mind from anything else, because your cake is kind of your poker. Guaranteed.
That is great. I love that. I love all of those.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing. Yeah.
Brownies and everything.
As long as it got sugar and butter in, then it's a good start. Also, if you go for a walk, go for a different walk. Because actually, if you, like I walk the dog and so on, we tend to go for literally the same walk. And apparently, it's like a form of hypnosis. You can literally go on the walk and not know you've even been on it. You've been on it that many times. So, and then I went on a walk recently, which I'd never been on before. And I was like, oh. It was brilliant. Sorry.
I go cycling.
Yeah.
In the Netherlands, everything's flat. I try to do a different route every time I go.
Mm.
Sometimes I do it like
Yeah.
the same route but the other way around.
Yeah.
It's also very good.
Yeah.
This is still different perspective.
Anyone?
What did you say about the meditation thing? A lot of people feel that they're not good at meditation, but that is actually the practice.
Totally agree. So yeah, I'm just going to repeat it for the purposes of the video. So the point there is that if you don't think you're good at meditation, that's kind of why you need to do it. And I think that's why I find it hard as well. And so also maybe that's my challenge. My personal challenge is to do that. Hello. Okay. So I think we're going to have to close it off here. I just want to have a few, say thank you to the sponsors, and then some closing remarks. I don't know why it's not doing it that way. Okay, so you can't know everything. Learn when you're ready. Learn when to say yes and no. Prioritize mental health when you're making big decisions. And then finally, be kind to yourself and be kind to the people around you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so then once again, hello and welcome to our session. This is Yannick, I'm Louisa. We have slides for that.
Yeah, because first we have to thank the sponsors.
Please
we
do
have
that.
to name them, go around. Microsoft paid for a lot of things. The other 5 did as well. HSO, Proximo 3, Docs42, PwC, and AIS. See? And then there's the slide with more sponsors.
Who of you did not visit any sponsors so far? Please do that. That's your homework.
Okay, this is her.
This is me. So I'm Louisa. I'm an M365 and Power Platform consultant. I'm from Germany. I'm an Office Apps and Services MVP. I love open source. I love Twitter as well. My favorite number is 42.
This is me. I'm Yannick Reekmans. I'm a managing partner and cloud solution architect at Cubix in Belgium. So Microsoft consultancy firm. And I'm here in the role of the developer. Like, it's not like I do much development anymore lately, but at least I have a development background.
They don't let him write code anymore.
Don't know why. Like, nah. But I'm an Office development MVP, so I have some credentials in this development thingy. It's just not happening much anymore. I blog and I'm on Twitter as well, so find me, reach out to me. I'm responsive, I think, just less than her. And you can find me there. If you have any questions afterwards or on anything else, just let me know. And this is nice, right? It's like, I'm the developer, this is what I do. This is like, leave me alone. I want to write code. Just tell me what it has to be, but please don't let me, like, drag me in a meeting where I have to talk to actual people and what they want in their app. Like, somebody else has to figure it out. Just tell me what I need to build. I don't want to go into another meeting. I don't want to do like all the endless minor UI things, like this box has to be like 2 pixels bigger or move up a little bit. Like, someone just tell me what it is.
What about a full-day workshop?
Oh yeah, nice. Let's do a design workshop with the developer. No, just tell me what it has to be and I will write the code. I'm not up for all of that.
Well, that is my role, right? So I should have a place to try out things, but I don't. And I should have someone to tell me about how to do things right, but I don't. And I feel like there are no rules in place, and I'm quite not sure if this is a good or a bad thing. So yes, if you ask me,
it's a bad thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing, right? So if there are no rules, I don't need to break them because there are no rules. So, and of course, I will have problems to get my apps out in the world after I build them. So that is the role of the maker. And you can see that if we need to make up a team and developer role is so much different than maker role and their needs are just like so different, then this can become a challenge in organizations.
For sure. So that gets us to all the challenges in low-code development, right? So first of all, it's your report.
That's me, right? Yeah. So it is assigning licenses never ever led to adoption, regardless of technology. So if we only assign licenses to users, they won't adopt that. They need
Give
more.
them licenses, they will come.
No, that is not how it works.
No?
Second problem is not assigning licenses will not solve the problem either, because that won't lead to proper governance as well. So we can't just like solve the problem by doing or not doing licenses.
Well, if you don't give them a license, there's no problem.
Yeah, well, so
no? Oh.
we have problems with that as well. And there's always just like a very, very huge gap between deployment and adoption, which means if we roll out software or if we assign licenses and we say, hey, please use that, then there is a gap to actual usage and driving benefit and delivering value in an organization. Because if we do not do proper training and enablement and empower people and proper licenses, then they will rather build toys instead of business solutions.
I like toys.
Yeah, I like toys as well, but not in the office.
Okay. More challenges. Like, I'm a developer, right? I'm like, we do it the best way, and those makers, they're not skilled in good development practices. There are things that we learned over the years of doing code-first development that apply or should apply to Power Platform as well, and that they don't really know, because we give them licenses and they will come and they just build stuff. We should do something about this. And yeah, it's a...
Who agrees?
Like, yeah, that's also a thing. Like, code-first developers don't understand the Power Platform. They all go like, that's for low-code, that's for makers, that's for clickety-click. You cannot do proper development on Power Platform. And that gives a huge divide between the two groups that maybe should get closer to each other. So
We made
it's my
t-shirts
favorite.
for that.
It's my favorite quote. It's on a T-shirt. It's like, in theory and practice are the same, but in practice they are not. So let's see what we should do or should be doing in theory, and then maybe move to practice afterwards.
Yeah. So, in theory, we know that collaboration beats competition. We know that. Everyone heard about this, but we only know this in theory. We also know that, that was good, right? That teams with diverse backgrounds deliver higher value than if we sit with 10 white male engineers in one room. We know this in theory. We also know that for almost any kind of question that I will ask you, hey, this or that, the answer is almost every time an and. So there are no R's. So it's mostly both, or yes, all of that. There is no exclusive thing. But that is only theory. Because what I see in practice is that there is this huge gap between deployment and adoption. And that means we do not give proper training, we do not teach people properly, we do not tell them when to use what. And it's either from an admin's perspective, it's shutting down everything, just like, we don't allow anything.
Because we don't understand it.
Because we don't understand it, and if I can't control it, it's better than if I just like shut it up. Or the other one is the wildcard approach, which means it's Wild Wild West, I don't know what they're doing, I'm just closing my eyes deliberately. And if I just like pretend to not know, then nothing bad can happen. Nothing good as well, but at least nothing bad also.
If I'm not monitoring and it's all open, well, what I don't see is not happening, right? Then there's this thing that's lack of governance. We see in practice, well, lately, less and less, luckily, but still, that there is this thing that building and releasing in the same space is still happening, like environment strategy. Who does that, right? So that's a problem. That there's no release management. Like, makers work for a V1. It's there, it's released. They're happy. Woohoo, we got it out. They are not thinking about continually improving it. Like, you need new features. How will you do that? It's easy to build them, but the app is in one environment and released already, so that's not easy. And no permission management, because who thinks about permissions, right, up front? I just want to build an app. Who can do what? We'll figure it out afterwards. That's what we see happening in a low-code world, right? And
yeah, no one ever saw this in the code world.
No.
Ever. At all.
Never. We don't do that. We think about everything up front. Makers and developers competing against each other. There's this thing I keep saying, like, ages ago, IT was controlling the budget. There was a business problem, and IT went like, this is the solution. This is what you get. Do you like it? Don't like it? Fuck it. This is what you get. I bought it, you'll have it. This is it. Then something changed, right? Business was not happy, business did not like that, IT is slow, the department of no, all of that. Boom. And they went like, I have a credit card, I can buy my stuff. So now they have money, and they buy their own stuff.
Lots of stuff.
Lots of stuff. Shadow IT, right? The whole thing, whatever. So they have money, they buy stuff, and now IT is unhappy because it's not aligned with their corporate policies, and it's hidden away, and people are doing stuff. They don't like it. So for 20 years, we had fighting, And then we had 10 more, 20 more years of fighting. And now we're saying that with the Power Platform, they better work together, because if they work together, stuff is better. But that's not easy, because we have this resentment toward the other side. So there's no collaboration, there's poor integration. So that's what we see.
And also, if there is no team in charge to foster a certain culture in an organization, then it will in fact be super difficult to achieve your goals. And if you did not define what you really want to achieve using Power Platform or using any kind of tech, then how could you measure and how could you determine when you would be successful in that? So that is really crucial. And we think it's time to level up. It's time to level up for both sides. It's time to level up for developers, and it's time, he's making up a super good Super Mario, and it's also time to level up for makers and to get us like closer together.
For sure. So how do we do that?
Let's talk about things that makers are good at. So usually makers know their business requirements. So the entire thing of, I don't need to drag him into meetings and hourly long design workshops and stuff is, I know what I need. I know exactly what it should look like. So, and if I need to talk to him, he doesn't want to listen. And of course, information gets lost because I talk, he needs to listen, then he needs to understand, then he needs to build that. So it gets worse and worse. But if there's just like one layer less of communication, it is way easier to get exactly what you need. So I know what I need. Also, I can define the scope of my application. I exactly know, will I need this for which scenarios I will need that. And this is also something I do not need to explain to another team or another single developer. Third thing, I can calculate the value of my solution. And I can't stress this enough, but if you don't do this upfront, then you will have problems with budgeting that, getting time and money in your organization to build stuff, and also it eases the discussion about licensing. If you calculate upfront, hey, this is the value of my application or the value of my solution, because now we do not need to do this tedious paper thing process anymore, or we do not need to rely on third-party tools anymore, or whatever that is. If you don't do that, then it will be hard to get budget and licenses for that. But I know how to calculate the value because I am literally in the business and developers usually aren't. Outline processes and build logic is something that most makers need to learn, but if they learn, they're actually very good at that because they know how data needs to flow. They know which action follows after which other action. So I always teach people just like sketch it out on a piece of paper. If it's on a piece of paper and if you're clear about your process, then we can build an app that actually reflects how the process should go.
If you can tell me your process, I can automate it.
Yes.
If you cannot tell or share the process, it does not make sense to build an app for that. There are many cases still, unfortunately, where this situation is reversed, where business yells, I need an app for that, and the developer has to figure out what the process is that this app has to do. Really, I don't care. I built what your process is. I don't want to drag it out of you. You're doing this every day. You're doing this every day. It makes sense that the business describes their own process. We see that that's a challenge sometimes.
It is sometimes a challenge, but it should stay on the maker side.
Mm-hmm.
Such as creating the UI and UX of an application. There is no value in letting a developer do that and tell them, hey, but I need a green big button, but no, a little bit more to the left, and I want this size, and I want whatever navigation, and can you do flyout menu here? That is something that is easy to build for a skilled Power Platform maker, and there is no value in coding this, because This is
Yeah.
already pre-built.
And pair them with a UX designer, right? But it does not have to be the developer that builds the application, preferably not. But the business can do this with a
Most
UX
developers aren't good designers, to be honest.
designer. That's a bold statement, but it's true for me.
So you're most.
Well, I'm here to represent developers, right? So anyways, there are things that developers are good at because we get dissed now for like 5 minutes, so now it's time to diss the others. No, so what developers are good at, basically what we're good at is data modeling. We've been doing that for years. We create ERD diagrams and all of these database thingies, and makers just do whatever feels easiest for them. And they go to SharePoint, and they put it in there. And there's no relationships, and there's no nothing, because that's a problem for them. They don't know upfront what the data is that they should capture. If we create the data model for them, how easy it is to put an application on top of it. So that's something. This is my favorite one because we're good at this. Developers are good at documentation. This is mine. I do this. No, but ideally what we know, which is most important on this topic, is the fact that we know that documentation is important. That does not necessarily mean that we do it all the time, but it's important to have your application documented. It's an awareness that at least we have. Yeah, or we write some code to get the documentation out of it, or at least the skeleton of the documentation out of it so we can do some stuff with it. It's a thing that makers are totally unaware of, and it's something that we could help them with. It's a best practice to have your app documented, both technically as well as user, like how it works, how you will use it. Integrations, another thing we've been doing for years. We take all the systems that are in the company and we bring them into the next big application that someone is building. And it's a good thing because we have all these data sources. The maker might do another thing like, let's keep more our employees in a separate database. But we have that database with everyone that works for a company. But if we're not exposing this to the maker, how will they be able to use it? So that's our role, to make sure that everything we've got, all the APIs we've built, all the data that we have, all the line of business applications that we might want to integrate with the new platform, we have to expose them there. Same with an environment strategy. ALM, make sure that the proper thing of dev, test, production is in place as for a Power Platform implementation as well. Because your first app might be directly in production because nobody's using it yet. So you can build in production. That's great. But
yay!
I write programs without bugs. So for me, that's okay. But everybody else creates bugs in their applications. So they have to have a dev environment.
His bugs are features, right?
It's not a bug, it's a feature. It's unintended but well-accepted side thingy in my application. Mm-hmm. So anyways, you need an environment strategy. You need dev, test, production. We have to make sure that it's in place, that they know about this, that they're aware of this, why this is important. We have to educate them. And then they can do it themselves, for sure. And the whole thing about application lifecycle management, it's closely connected to environment strategy, why they have to move it all over. And ALM is more than just your CI/CD pipeline or moving stuff from dev to production. It's also about thinking how and when will we release, how will we add new features to it, what's our roadmap, the whole end-to-end thinking from conceptualizing your application to decommissioning your application. I did a session about that yesterday. If you saw that, good. If you didn't saw that, it's unfortunate because there's no recording. So it's time to fix this.
So
that's you.
Yeah, yet again. So we need someone, and it's better if it's more than one person, to be dedicated in their job to foster this culture and to provide training and guidance for both makers and developers.
Depends on the size of your company, of course, but it's not something, and that's in any company, it's not something that should be someone's extra thingy on the side. It's a thing that, it's an actual job.
So we already have our projects and our tasks and our usual work, and if I put that on top of your task list, then most probably this won't get done.
This
Because
is the thing
there
that's-
is no focus on that.
Yeah.
And it needs to be a role. And organizations need to understand that they need that role in their organization.
If you put this on top of the pyramid of all the work that you have to do, it will roll off.
Yeah, most likely. The culture of stopping to fight against each other because everything you do, I can do better.
Everything you do, I can do better.
Well, that depends on the perspective, of course, but that is not beneficial because if we spend our energy into competing and being against each other, then most likely something like developing whatever strategy together and collaborating and having a shared vision and a shared goal, that won't go well. But if we foster a culture where we see that we can do something good together for a higher goal, and that this will align with the objectives that we have in our department and in our organization, then there might be benefit overall as well.
Working together brings more value.
Yep. And then, of course, it's, might be that he can do better what I do. Might be that I can do something better than he does, but it's not about who does that stuff better. It is about acknowledging that everyone has unique skills and that we can leverage them. And this draws back to this idea of the more diverse a team is, the better is the outcome. And it does not matter who is more skilled or who has more whatever on their CVs. It's really about acknowledging unique skills of teams.
The whole point is that you're around the table, you might have fierce discussions and fierce disagreements on things, but you have to acknowledge that there's value coming from the other department or IT or the business, because we're here to achieve the same thing. We're working together towards the same goal. Both of us, all of us, want to achieve that thing that we set out to do. Nobody wakes up in the morning, looks in the mirror and says, now I'm going to screw up this project. I'm going to be the asshole here. Nobody does that. That's not happening.
Yep.
So we built a real world thing. So in my company, we had an application where we had a customer and they wanted to do a CAPEX request, right? And money to buy stuff. So people could put in a request to get money to buy stuff. So this is what we call an advanced maker solution, because the goal of this application or this project was to achieve as much as possible with low-code functionality, with Power Automate, with Power Apps, everything a maker could do. And we would only get the developer involved with things that we could not achieve out of the box. Clicking, dragging, combining, all of that. Building in the UI. If we need code first components, then the developer could be involved. So it was a money request process. There was a very multi-stage, multi-approval, approver approval thing. That's pretty interesting. I will go through
with
that.
an approval matrix.
With an approval matrix, like if it's between 0 and 50,000 euros that you're requesting, there are like 7 stages of approval and 2 stages of notifications and many people approving. But if it's between 50,000 and 2 million, there's like 12 stages and all of that. And that's something that's in there. And Pro Code was the last resort. So we ended up with one model-driven app, one Canvas app, one business process flow. More than 20 cloud flows. I'm always saying more than 20. That's easiest because this thing is still in development. Like it's continuously changing, and it's just more now. One PCF component, 5 plugins, 1 workflow action, and 3 form scripts. So it looks like we did a lot of code first, but it's just all 5 lines of code to achieve one thing, like a small thingy that's not possible out of the box. So it was fun. The challenges we had in our low-code thingy was synchronous code. You do something, or the user does something, and you want to have something else happening in transaction at the same time. That's not easy when you do it low-code. then you need a plugin that runs synchronous, because Power Automate flows always are asynchronous. You could build a new transaction in a Power Automate flow, but it's not the same transaction as what the user started. Another one that's pretty funny, because we come from Microsoft 365, we're moving into a Power Platform. We don't have 10 or 15 years of Dynamics experience. When I told this to a Dynamics consultant, they were like, heh, we knew this, but I did not. So this thing like the on-add in Power Automate, like you create something new, you create a new request, you could have a trigger in Power Automate, because you create a new item in a table in Dataverse. And then the flow would start. Now, when you do an end-end relationship, so you make a relationship between a request and, for example, the users table, and you can have associate multiple users to multiple requests, and then you want to do something when a user gets associated to that request, I thought, let's do on-add. That's not working. It does not work. It does not trigger. So because that does not exist, apparently. It's not an on-add. When you do a end-end relationship and you add someone to that relationship or something, it's called associate in Dynamics. And disassociate when you remove someone. Mm-hmm. And there is no trigger in Power Automate on associate and disassociate. That does not exist. So
maybe they forgot to implement
maybe
this.
Nobody told them that we need this.
Maybe no one of the Dynamics people told the Power Automate people that we would need that, because people at Microsoft don't talk to people at Microsoft.
Who has a background in Dynamics? Yeah. So what do Dynamics consultants do instead of this? They write a plugin, or, well, let's solve it by not using the out-of-the-box functionality and create our own intermediate table. Every Dynamics consultant I talk to is like, and relationships out of the box. It's like, nah, because there's like an intermediate table that's hidden. We don't do that. We just create our own intermediate table. Much better. See, much better. Much better. Like, why? So I don't know this because I don't have that background. So we learned. Another nice thing, when you create a business process flow, Microsoft says, that's awesome, because you can jump all the stages back and forth, and everybody likes this because it's flexible. But nobody likes that. At some point, you did like 3 steps. You don't want to go back. That's like you did 7 stages of approval for 50,000 euros. You're like, woohoo! And then someone goes like, yeah, well, no, let's go back, change the number to like 2 million. I'm requesting 2 million, but I still got like all the 7 approvals, and I'm jumping back in the future, and I'm like, now I get 2 million.
So it doesn't really make sense that you can prevent in the business process flow that you just like move forward, but you can't move back.
I don't want to move from this stage to that or from that stage to this. That's just what it is. There's no UI to configure this. And there's also no workable UX for a one-N relationship. Like you have a one-N subgrid, nice. And then one item in that subgrid has N relationships again. So you need a subgrid on a subgrid. It's not a workable solution. There are ways to do subgrid on subgrid and collapsible and all of that.
That is just like a lot of clicks then for our users.
Not nice. My users did not, well, our users did not like that because I did not build this. So, how does this work? 5 stages. You need money.
So please welcome the king of gifts.
Yeah. You have like approval preparations. Like we had this big matrix of who has to do what on which stage, and there was an Excel file, and that had to be translated into a Dataverse table, and then it had to be applied. So that's what that step does. It's a Power Automate flow that reads the complex table and puts the right approvers in the right stage and gets everything done. And then we get the approval stage where everybody goes to approve it, hopefully, or decline it. Not nice. I want my money. And then we go to the verification stage, because it's not because 7 stages of people have said yes that finance goes approved. No, they have to check if it's in budget or not. If it's like you requested 50K, you budgeted 50K, but you're now requesting 100. Will we do that or not? So finance has to verify it. And then we go like complete it, and I get my money, and I can finally spend it on that awesome thing that I want to build. So that's that, right? So
let's demo.
It's required to be able to follow along. So, first of all, what I want to show is a little bit of super nice code. See? It's only about 140 lines of JavaScript code, form scripting. It's not too complex. And most of it is because it's opening and closing brackets.
Yeah. Fancy brackets.
Fancy brackets. See? So that's that. This is the one for the access teams. Like, when it's an N-N relationship, we wanted people to end up in an access team. So we have a plugin. See, it's like super easy. Why can't I have this in the Power Automate flow? Like, whatever. I don't know. Time for a feature request, I think. We got some more plugins. They're less interesting than all of this. So there's like more small plugins. See?
But there are only always just like 50 lines of code, 100 lines of code. So it's not that anyone needed to write just like an entire, very, very huge complex thing, because that was really the last resort.
See? This is one that's actually only 1, 2, 3 interesting lines of code. But you cannot achieve this in Power Automate, because this has to run synchronously. Because at some point you want to, like, it's approved and the money is like assigned. You don't want this to be deleted now at some point. So when you click the delete button, you don't want the Power Automate flow to go like, you can't delete this. Yeah, that's too late. It's gone. That's how delete works. All right, so you need a plugin. So then we got from form scripting. Let's see if I'm on the right form, because we have 2 forms on a request. It's like the request form for the end user and the admin form, because there are some admins that want to overrule the rules and they want everything. So at this point, when you're under review and people are approving, you don't want them to move back, because I'm halfway there, see? Like, I'm halfway there. At this point, you don't want to go like someone that's, oh, what does this arrow do? This is nice, let's go, just go back.
Who knows users who just like click buttons out of curiosity?
That's what I do. This button is there. If it isn't
if
supposed to be there,
it's supposed to click.
It shouldn't be there. See? So form scripting, you do that. I know you can overrule it when you disable JavaScript, but at least that's not something that an end user would do. And have you tried disabling JavaScript on Dynamics? Nothing will work. Awesome. Just broken anyway. So whatever. What else was I supposed to show? Oh yeah, this one. See? So this is the approval details. This is the form. We have 5 stages. 5 stages. We know if it's approved, if this stage is completed, which order it is, if it's approval and notification, and all of this. This is nice, right? You've got 5 stages. It's visible. Now, who is in those 5 stages? Who has to approve this? You're like, okay, let's open up local finance. It's loading.
Everyone loves a loading spinner.
Loading. Okay, so it's Adele. Awesome. So that was okay. Let's go back and see stage 3. Oh, this is Alex. Oh yeah, cool. Let's go back again. Like the old thing is gone. Yeah, you could do modal dialogues and pop-ups and all of this, but it's just much, much more difficult and still not user-friendly. So what did we create? We created a PCF component that does all of this at the same time. Like, it shows all the stages, it shows the statuses, and who's in those stages. So it's a PCF component that takes all of the data, renders it on a page, and makes it useful for the end user. Where is it stuck? How long is it? Well, the how long is not there, but we could do that. How long is it stuck in that stage? Who's blocking it? Who did what? All of that visualized on the page for an end user to work with. Now,
who's a fan of Canvas apps and model-driven apps?
You are. Why are you?
Because if it's something really quick, then you can, it depends on the size. If it's something like a small application, then you can use a Canvas app to kind of speed up the process. But if it is something larger, I would always use a PCF, just because the Canvas apps just need more time to make.
Mm-hmm.
And it like a smaller clients with Canvas apps investing in model-driven apps, I think it's nice that you can accept a solution and you've got a blank canvas there.
Yeah, it's a mess, right?
And it doesn't run synchronously either. So
Yeah, so that's the point. It's not synchronous.
We have a winner.
So you load this on the page, a PCF component. A PCF component is there on the page. A Canvas app goes like, oh yeah, this is white space. Oh yeah, there's this spinner. And there's the Canvas app. So you had something to add?
Yeah, so one of the things we did was we put in a custom page there.
Mm-hmm.
And sort of blending the Canvas plus module. Because what happened was iteration one, again, being a developer, we
Mhm.
developed it and had a similar thing. And we presented it to the first product group who was original and we were happy, and then suddenly somebody else came and was like, UI is so clunky, man. If I have to go and
Mm-hmm.
that's a bit, I have to go like 10 clicks and
Yeah.
then. And what we did was, again, spoke to Microsoft, custom page was in preview. And
Mhm.
preview. So we ended up replicating the
Preview.
entire 5 surgery piece of it
Yeah.
in a custom page. So what
Yeah.
happens is when they log in, so rather than seeing that home app as this,
Mm-hmm.
they basically get a custom page.
Yeah.
Everything is like menu, click on it, that opens.
Yeah.
And where we are submitting like say parent page and the child page, the child page,
Mhm.
put everything in a canvas as a
Yeah.
custom page and do like one click done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
And
that is an amazing idea.
That's another approach that you could do, and then it's low code again, because then you're doing Canvas apps on a custom page inside a model-driven app. That's amazing. When
But
we started
preview?
this, it's still in preview, and it was very early.
We
And-
had a call with Parcat, the technical,
Mhm.
the customer was like, we can't go for it quite suddenly. So we had to get the PM of that and
See?
did a code review on all our custom page, and I said, okay.
Well,
So
I can't.
after that story, I'm more and more convinced software development is a people business.
Yeah, it's a people thing. There was one more thing that I wanted to mention about this.
Yeah, you
I-
wanted to show the Canvas app.
Oh yeah, because there was one more step. It's like once you build a PCF component, that's awesome, right? When on the subgrid, see the subgrid. Where's my subgrid? On the grid, you have this like new request approval. That nice
That's
button.
beautiful, right?
And then you do a PCF component, and all of that's gone. Where's my ribbon? I want to add stuff. That's like gone. I hate that. So then we decided to build this in PCF component. It's like, damn, that's hard, because it's the whole editing thing again. And then we went back to all of our makers, and then we did like this. Now, what happens? Now we do the Canvas app. So we do a subgrid replacement with a PCF component, which calls a Canvas app to change items in the stage. And that's easy because the data sources are already in there, the connections are already in there, so we can do all of this in the in a Canvas app really, really quickly. Now, with maybe custom pages might have been a better solution. Unfortunately, that
But
thing
back then,
only
still in
went
preview.
GA last week, or 2 weeks ago, at build, I think. So let's see where we are at. So I think we have to get a move on. No?
Yep.
Yes?
Yes.
See, so this is my favorite slide.
It's a lovely slide.
I
Please take
change
pictures.
I change it in every color scheme every time that I do a presentation, because I love this, because it shows all of the products in data in Power Platform. It shows all of the accessibility points, things like we talked about. You can create a user interface with model-driven apps and Canvas apps and now custom pages, but that's essentially just model-driven apps. Logic with business rules and flows, like Power Automate flows, plugins and functions. You could do your own web services and custom controls and metadata extensions. So all of this is a nice thing. This is a slide. It doesn't cover everything, but at least if you're having a conversation with your makers, they don't have to get all of this. They just have to know that all of this exists. So that at some point when they feel like, this is becoming...
I hit a wall. My tools do not provide this feature to me, so like there is no trigger. I can't help it. I can't create my own trigger, so what will I do? Then, of course, I should know all of that this exists, and that a skilled person, skilled at this, can now help me achieve what I want to achieve.
Mm-hmm. Who are you going to call? The developer.
Let's say a skilled person.
So, optimizing for success. So, first of all, important, start building apps with Power Platform. Because if you don't do that, all of this does not make sense. Anyway, know your options. Is that yours? Am I just doing all of your...
Yeah, you're taking over again. So know your options, which means I need to know what are the code options as well, even if I do not write the code myself. And the developer side needs to know all the options and what is possible in the low-code side of things. They do not necessarily need to build all the things by themselves, but they need to know what is possible for a skilled maker.
I will not open App Studio. I get scared of App Studio. That's not my thing. That's not my place. I don't like it there. I get scared in there. It's just what it is.
Out-of-the-box capabilities. With custom codes, we should know what are plugins from scripts. The entire last slide, I should know that by heart. Why is that so important? Because if I don't know what is possible, then it might be that I do just like quirky and very clumsy workarounds, and that would just like screw up things. Just like entirely, just because I don't know that a major problem that I have could be easily fixed with 50 lines of code or 3 lines of interesting code, because rest is comments and fancy brackets. But
that's all we do, right? Comments and fancy brackets, and the colon at the end, because otherwise the thing breaks.
Yeah, but if I don't know that, then I will make very poor decisions, and that will decrease the quality of my application. And that makes low-code solutions problematic if we don't know what is possible, and most advanced solutions contain at least some code. So there is no value in claiming, yeah, but we did this entirely no-code or low-code or whatever you call that.
And it's not an achievement to do it only in low-code. That's not an achievement. Most probably, if it's a proper-sized application, you did it wrong, because not everything is possible in low-code. That's just what it is. So it's not a fight anymore. We should make this a team sport. We're trying to achieve the same thing. Our goal is to deliver a nice, proper, well-working application together. We're in this together.
Yeah, and it might not be helpful if we always listen to Microsoft marketing telling everyone can make an app in 5 minutes and everyone should be doing it like that. That might not be...
Yeah. All apps should be Canvas apps.
So yes, I'm a Canvas apps person. I like Canvas apps. I'm way better in Canvas apps than I am in model-driven apps. But still, not every app should be a Canvas app, because I have different tools in my toolbox to solve different problems. So in your toolbox at home, you have a hammer, you have a screwdriver, you have everything. You would not try to solve every problem with the same tool. And same applies to making
If you smash it hard enough, it will work, right?
If you smash it hard enough, everything is a hammer, I know, but still.
So, what's the result of Fusion Dev done correctly? So, as a result, you can read it, right? So
you can read that.
So it's if you understand the value of DevOps for Power Platform, it's important to understand it. Work together, make sure that you do the proper dev test, production, release cycle, all our plannings. Things like understanding that makers and developers form a team. We're doing this together. That's the result. There's no more fights and friction against IT and the business. Because how did that ever happen? Like, marketing has to work with product development every day to get the stuff out. For some reason, IT is that department that's always outside of everything, that's included in nothing, that's always fighting, it's yelling no, that's under-budgeted every time. So that should not be. They should be included, work together. When you get to that point...
Of course, training, labs, documentation. It's like not teaching people, hey, there is a button, but when shall I click that button? What is the best approach of doing things? How do we do this here? So, of course, there might be a lot of approaches to building good software, and you will have your house rules of doing that. Please teach people about that, and please give them room to grow and room to improve, because just because Microsoft says, hey, it's just clickety-clackety, and you don't need to know anything, and everyone can do that, yes, everyone can learn how to do that. I strongly believe in that, but that does not mean that we do not need proper training and guidance.
Yeah, you heard the nice marketing message they put out at Build. Like, take your Figma file and it will generate the Power Apps for you. I'm like, oh no, this is gonna be like, where's my consulting? This is gonna be a consulting opportunity.
Yeah, so I read afterwards on Twitter that someone said, I will make a business out of that and taking all those Figma created Power Apps and fix them live on stage.
Yeah, that's a thing, right? You know this is going to go wrong, but it's a nice marketing message. So
It is a nice marketing message, and of course it's nice to have a mock-up of your app. And it is nice to have a mock-up. If you have a click dummy, that's cool, because it makes it easier to talk to users and ask them, hey, is that what you would need? Is this how you envision that?
Use this for your initial mock-up.
yeah, envisioning phase.
Yeah, so it's perfect to have this initial discussion, but of course that should not be a working app.
The UX designer made the app. We like this, like the design. We put it in Power Platform, it makes the Power App. Now people can see the app in a Power App, and then stop, and then you build this thing properly. It's my opinion. I don't work for Microsoft, I can say this. And make use of available tooling. That's important as well, because there's a whole lot of tools that are not in Power Platform. Things like XRM Toolbox. We should teach even business users, makers, about XRM Toolbox. Potentially not about every plugin in XRM Toolbox, but there are some that are pretty interesting for makers. So, how to get started? Because we are running out of time. Like, we are out of time. So is this me again? No. Oh, we are.
We covered that.
We covered
because
that.
This is how to get started.
But then I have
you need
two
to make
slides
use
the
of
same thing. See? See? It's the same thing, it's just a different title. Boom, done!
Okay, so this is when a developer makes the slides.
Our sponsors again. Thank you. Anyone have any questions? Please come up. We're still here. Yeah, or you can ask them now.
Just out of curiosity, how long did it take you to build the Capers application from start to kind of end? Obviously, I know it's still in build, but...
Let's ask Carmen, because she built this.
We started in October, and the first release was...
Yeah, and it was a team of average 3-4 people working on it. So, okay.
So I see that parity, like when you talk about people and development. I mean, the reality is, if you're going as an SR, you're doing this envisioning and this workshop, and they're like, this is a workload, go ahead and build it. So, how do you see that fusion development, we can practice? Is it more like, because traditionally being Dynamics and .NET, like you always had the FCs and the technical consultant, and they have been working together all the way.
Yeah.
So what is, is it more geared towards the business, who's, as you mentioned, like who is giving an app? Obviously they will not give me the process map and the pain points. I will have a functional consultant going in, pulling a Visio process map, and then functional technical consultant as an SI.
There are two things there. First of all, there will still be more functional consultants and more technical consultants, and they will be working side by side with the customer. But I saw a session in Oslo a couple of weeks ago from someone that said, as a consulting company, we have the responsibility to stop the customer, have a chat with them, make them understand the value of Power Platform first, that it's a platform, not an app, what it should do, what it will be, bring them together, like on their side, business and IT, set the expectations straight. So you have to, it's easier in traditional software development to just get started in the app and building it and doing that. There's still a lot of work to do in making the customer understand the proper value of Power Platform before you build an app on that and have that discussion, because the only thing that the customer currently knows is what Microsoft is telling them, like, here are your cheap licenses, I will give you another 30%, 40%, 50% discount if you take a lot of them, and then you will be super duper productive from day one. That's not what it is.
And what happens is then they build toys.
Yeah.
They plug in their SharePoint lists and they make them pink. And don't get me wrong, I like pink. A lot, but that doesn't mean that this app will then deliver me a lot of value. And then, of course, we get into licensing discussions because it doesn't offer more value, and then I need to pay for that. And if they do not understand, this is a platform, and we need to leverage that platform in order to align with our
And for that work,
objectives.
you can still get paid. So there is a market opportunity to do this.
Totally.
Because Microsoft is not doing that, and
At all.
And most likely, most companies are in the building type of thing, like get the app out there. But the understanding the Power Platform and the value and bringing people together and making them work and reorganizing the business to work better with Power Platform, there's an opportunity there for people, I think. Okay? Any more questions? Because otherwise we will just wrap up. We're here. You can find us. We'll still be around for 2 hours until the end of the event. And you can find us as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Another one. Good one. You should have gone to her.